Chapter 1269. The everlasting pill cauldron devoured the corpses of the late corporeal realm experts, and then swept away the corpses of the mid-corporeal realm experts. In the following period of time, the everlasting pill cauldron would refine all of these corpses and leave behind some useful items, such as the spirit ring. Zi Chen's killing style scared everyone out of their wits, and they no longer dared to rashly approach him. Zi Chen stood in the air, his body covered in blood and wounds. It was a ghastly sight, but in this state, Zi Chen had killed dozens of late corporeal realm experts. The battle was over, and his wounds were healing at a visible rate. The law suppression that those corporeal realm experts had mentioned was a pure joke in front of Zi Chen. With the law of destruction, all the laws in the world could not erode Zi Chen's body. Buzz! Zi Chen's body released a dazzling golden light. Holding the blade, he looked like a god of war in the air. The golden light was very dazzling, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. The dazzling golden light quickly receded, and a black robe appeared on Zi Chen's body. The bloodstains on his body had already dissipated. The brand new black robe covered the many wounds on Zi Chen's body. This made everyone unsure whether Zi Chen's injuries had fully healed or not, but in everyone's opinion, there was a high possibility that he had fully recovered. His cold eyes swept across, and the cultivators on the horizon all lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. At this time, Zi Chen's indifferent expression changed, because he had discovered an acquaintance. Zi Chen saw Zhou Chong, and also saw the rank 3 hunter badge on his body. With just a glance, Zi Chen guessed that the other party had come to pick up the loot. Zi Chen smiled. His smile became ferocious and cruel. In the distance, Zhou Chong was shocked. He could see the killing intent in Zi Chen's eyes. The others were also shocked, but when they remembered their own identities, they forced themselves to remain calm. However, in the next moment, Zi Chen walked towards them. Zhou Chong pretended to be relaxed and adjusted his armor. Then, a faint smile appeared on his face as he watched Zi Chen approach, as if he was looking at an old friend. "Milord," epaulets, quickly put them on. A voice rang out from the side. A reality realm expert was the first to react. He immediately tore off the hunter badge on his body and took out the epaulets of the city army. After the reminder, Zhou Chong remembered that he was not wearing his epaulet. The smile on his face immediately changed. Then, he hurriedly put on the epaulet of the city army. After doing all this, he let out a sigh of relief. In fact, without the epaulet, he didn't think that Zi Chen would dare to kill him. But what if Zi Chen really did kill him? He couldn't gamble with his life, so he would rather put on his epaulets. At this moment, Zi Chen approached Zhou Chong. "Hello, Zi Chen." Zhou Chong greeted Zi Chen calmly with a forced smile on his face. The others also felt a lot of pressure. After all, the scene of Zi Chen killing people was still vivid in their minds. Zi Chen looked at Zhou Chong and said indifferently, "Actually, you don't have to worry. I won't kill you even if you don't put on this epaulet." Without waiting for Zhou Chong to breathe a sigh of relief, Zi Chen continued, "But I will torture you. I will torture you so painfully that you'll wish you were dead." The smile on Zhou Chong's face froze. The expressions of the others also changed instantly. Zi Chen was definitely threatening them, but at this moment, no one dared to reprimand him as city army soldiers. They could only secretly rejoice that they had changed their epaulets in time. Zi Chen glanced at the people who hadn't left yet, then looked at Zhou Chong and asked, "They're here because of you, right?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Chong pretended to be puzzled and surprised. Zi Chen smiled coldly. His smile caused the chill in Zhou Chong's heart to grow even stronger. "The battle is over." Suddenly, a voice came from afar. It was a group of people flying over from afar. It was a group of city army soldiers. The leader was Wang Jun, followed closely by He Zi and the others. They were heading straight for Zi Chen. Obviously, they had come to help after hearing the news. Wang Jun glanced at Zhou Chong, and his face immediately became angry. He said angrily, "Zhou Chong, were you the one who arranged for us to go out?" "What do you mean?" Zhou Chong looked at Wang Jun in confusion. "Humph, stop pretending. We just came back and won't have any missions for a while. So why did you send us out again this time?" Wang Jun asked coldly. It turned out that after hearing that someone had betrayed Zichen, they had come to provide support. But coincidentally, at this moment, orders were passed down from above, and they were actually ordered to patrol the city. Zhou Chong naturally refused to admit it. If he did, he would probably die. Zichen didn't want to pursue this matter. He glanced at Zhou Chong and said indifferently, "Let's forget about this. Let's talk about something else." "Something else? What is it?" Zhou Chong was confused. "Humph, to your physical space or to Big Brother Wang Jun's," Zichen said indifferently. Zhou Chong's expression changed, but facing Zichen's cold eyes, he could only say, "Let's go to Wang Jun's physical space." The three of them entered Wang Jun's physical space. "Take it out." Wang Jun took out half a jade slip and looked at Zhou Chong. "I didn't bring it," Zhou Chong said. Zichen glanced at Zhou Chong and said coldly, "Don't worry, no one will kill you and no one will steal your things." "How can I trust you?" Zhou Chong asked. "If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago," Zichen replied indifferently. Zhou Chong's expression changed, as if he was considering the gains and losses. After a while, his expression relaxed, and he took out the jade slip. Right now, he had already made up his mind. As long as Zichen dared to snatch his things, he would give them to Zichen for free. However, as long as he returned alive, he would pass the news to his father and grandfather. If he didn't have a good time, then everyone would have a bad time. Zichen didn't know that Zhou Chong had so many thoughts in his mind. At this moment, all his attention was on the jade slip. The two jade slips merged and released a bright light. A small screen of light rushed out and projected a map in midair. The map was divided into two parts. One part showed the general environment and was very clear, while the other part was relatively blurry and constantly changing. It was clearly the first time Zhou Chong and Wang Jun saw it. The two stared at the map, trying to memorize the entire map. Unfortunately, even if they memorized the outer area, it was useless if they couldn't remember the inner area. The blurry map should only appear when they reached the destination. Zichen memorized the outer area map, but he didn't know where it was. The map in front of them dissipated and the light screen disappeared. The jade slips returned to their hands. "Do you know where it is?" Zichen asked. Zhou Chong didn't speak. Wang Jun's expression became very serious. After a while, he said, "Looking at the outermost terrain, it seems to be the Hengduan mountain range." The Hengduan mountain range. It was the first time Zichen had heard of this place. The Hengduan mountain range is very famous in Huping City. Most of the battle beasts living there are mutated and very powerful. Most importantly, the entire Hengduan mountain range is like a natural array. If one isn't a great array master, it's very easy to get lost in there. Wang Jun said, "Looking at the records on the map, it's obvious that we have to go deeper into the Hengduan mountain range. We might even have to go through it. It's very dangerous." Zhou Chong had already put away half of the jade slip. He nodded and said, "That's right. If we really go there, then we have to be fully prepared. Although it's dangerous, a late-stage corporeal realm expert can still be careful." What Zhou Chong meant was that he didn't want a domain realm expert to join them. Whether it was Zichen or Wang Jun, both of them had domain realm experts behind them. This was Zhou Chong's concern. "All right, send me out. We'll set off together when we're fully prepared," Zhou Chong said again. Wang Jun glanced at Zichen. Zichen nodded and opened the corporeal space. Zhou Chong left. That place is indeed very dangerous. Even some domain realm experts will get lost if they rashly enter, Wang Jun said after Zhou Chong left. Zichen nodded and said, "There's no hurry." "What do you plan to do next?" Wang Jun asked. Zichen said, I came here to gain experience. Naturally, I'll continue to gain experience. At the very least, I won't be going back for a very long time. Wang Jun nodded and said, Zhou Chong will probably find some strong helpers when he goes back this time. It'll definitely take a long time. Therefore, you still have a lot of time. It's better to improve your strength as soon as possible. The two left the corporeal space. Wang Jun and the others bid farewell to Ziqin. They had come to support Ziqin this time. Since Ziqin was fine, they would also leave. Ziqin still had to go with Shang Guanhong to gain experience. After everyone left, Shang Guanhong asked curiously, What were you guys talking about? It seemed so mysterious. Nothing. We were just settling some personal grudges. Shang Guanhong clearly did not believe him. Of course. Back then he almost killed me. This is a personal grudge, Ziqin said. Shang Guanhong glanced at Ziqin. She did not see any clues from his face. Then she slowly said, 500 years ago, the two of them fought in Huping City. Several city guards died. This was a serious violation of the rules. One of them was banished and the other imprisoned. You should know about this, right? Ziqin nodded and said, I heard about it from Wang Jun. Shang Guanhong continued. Then do you know that the two of them originally had no grudges at all? However, one day they broke the rules of Huping City and fought. After that, the city guards asked for the reason, but the reason was only a small matter. It could even be said to be a misunderstanding. Ziqin looked at Shang Guanhong and asked, What are you trying to say? Shang Guanhong's smile was somewhat meaningful. Do you think that the two captains would fight because of a misunderstanding? Moreover, some people died that day. According to our investigation, there were two early corporeal realm experts among the dead. They were subordinates of the two captains and had a good relationship with each other. Just before they died, the two captains went out for a period of time. Shang Guanhong stopped and looked into Ziqin's eyes. She said, You should know something, right? Ziqin shook his head to show that he did not know. In fact, his heart was already filled with shock. Shang Guanhong did not continue to ask. Instead, she said, It's fine if you don't know. We stopped investigating Hunter's castle back then. It's not a big deal to have some secrets. Chapter 1270. What's going on? Ziqin asked when he saw Shang Guanhong's strange expression. He was trying to change the topic. The auction is about to begin, Shang Guanhong said while looking at her communication bead. What auction? Ziqin was puzzled. An auction for the void tree. It's still that. What does that have to do with us? Don't tell me you want to go back and take a look? It's just a void tree. We can only see it, but not obtain it. It's better not to see it. Ziqin had killed many corporeal realm experts this time. The wealth he had on him added up to an extremely large sum. It was enough to make many corporeal realm experts envious, but it was undoubtedly a dream to bid for the void tree. I naturally don't care about the void tree, but the person who sent the message. Shang Guanhong's slender eyebrows twitched slightly. There's something wrong with that person. It's Wu Xia. Ziqin was somewhat surprised. It's that undying body. He actually sent you a message. You two have a very good relationship. It's SOO. Shang Guanhong replied indifferently, but her expression was somewhat anxious. What happened? Ziqin noticed that her expression was not right. He sent me a message now, so it shouldn't be just about the auction. I'm guessing that he might have heard some news and come here in advance. Perhaps he's nearby watching us. Shang Guanhong finally voiced the worry in her heart. At this moment, Ziqin suddenly recalled the dangerous aura he had sensed earlier. It had not appeared since then. Could it be that he was Wu Xie? Judging from Shang Guanhong's expression, she was clearly very wary of Wu Xie. He was a very strong person who could not die. If he wanted to find trouble with someone, then that person would definitely not have an easy time. Through Shang Guanhong's expression, Zichan guessed that there was an inexplicable relationship between the two of them. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I'll go ahead alone. You can go back first." Shang Guanhong shook her head and said, "That's not what I meant. I'm just worried about you. This person is unscrupulous in his actions, and he has clearly expressed his interest in me in many public places in Hunter's Castle. If he knows that we are together, I'm afraid that he will do something to harm you. But we're just going to train together." Zichen was a little allergic to the word together, so he immediately replied, "But he might not think so." Seeing Zichen's serious expression, Shang Guanhong suddenly smiled mysteriously. Zichen's expression changed, but it was only because he was a little afraid of Wuxia. More importantly, it was because he was thinking about how to get along with Shang Guanhong. From the looks of it, Shang Guanhong had no intention of leaving. She might even have the intention of pitting him against Wu Xie to determine who was better. At the moment, Zichen couldn't think of any good ideas. He could only say, "This is Elder Ling's arrangement. If there's anything, we'll talk about it when we get back. Since we're already here and you don't have to leave first, let's continue going deeper." Shang Guanhong nodded, and the smile on his face grew even wider. The two men and one eagle continued to venture deeper. Humph! A cold snort sounded from the forest. Wu Xie walked out from it. He watched the two leave, his teeth clenched. "A reckless brat, a slut," Wu Xie said fiercely, but he didn't continue to chase after them. To be honest, he was very shocked by Zichen's strength, but he wasn't afraid of Zichen. However, with Shang Guanhong beside him, it would be difficult for him to kill Zichen. After all, there were rules in Hunter's Castle. He couldn't kill his own people indiscriminately. Therefore, he decided to return. Zichen and Shang Guanhong began their training journey. The training this time was nothing more than killing beasts on sight. Previously, a flame python that had just broken through to the spiritual level had forced Zichen to fight the black eagle with his life. Now, Zichen could suppress a spiritual level beast with just the strength of the emptiness realm. This strength was due to the 10 billion resources Zichen had consumed and the changes in the entire void space. This allowed Zichen to have the strength to fight for a long time. He could also freely deploy any type of law he needed. During this time, the two of them talked and laughed. Their relationship was no longer unfamiliar. Zichen was still training in the mountains. After a period of planning, the auction in Huping City officially began. This time, almost everyone who participated in the auction was at the domain realm. Only a few reality realms with special identities had the hope of coming to watch. During this time, many domain realms with status came. Among them were Ling Xing, Ming Zhu, Lord Wu, and the others from Hunter's Castle. Commander Zhou also came. What was even more surprising was that the mayor's mansion had also sent a steward to participate in the auction. This was a very high standard auction. All the items on display could be used by the domain realm. The starting price of all the items in the auction was calculated in terms of domain fragments. A domain fragment was equivalent to 100 million law fragments. The domain realm was considered an extremely special realm in the Earth realm. After entering this realm, one would have their own world. Then, one would have to carefully manage and expand this world. The strength of a domain realm expert was also related to the size of the world. Even the mayor of Huping City was only at the domain realm. It wasn't just Huping City. Every mayor in the 108 cities of Shantian Prefecture was at the domain realm. Only the legendary mayor was said to be in existence that surpassed the domain realm. The auction started and strange items were sold one after another. During this time, the wealthy hunter's castle made the most bids. During this time, many domain realms didn't make a move. They were waiting for the void tree to appear at the end. The reality realms who had come to watch the show were also waiting. Finally, the auction came to an end. The auctioneer's face was filled with a sweet smile. She introduced Next up is the last item, the void tree. As soon as she finished speaking, the auction house became extremely silent. The starting price for this void tree is 100 domain fragments, the beautiful female cultivator said. The silent scene instantly caused an uproar. Everyone felt that it was unbelievable. This was because the starting price was equivalent to 10 billion. It was really too low. How can this be? An indifferent voice came from a private room. It was obviously a big shot who had spoken. 10 billion sounds like a lot, but it's actually only 100 domain fragments, Ming Zhu said indifferently in a room exclusive to the upper echelons of Hunter's Castle. In the world of domain realms, only domain fragments were worth trading. As for reality realm fragments, they were useless to them and they rarely used them. 10 billion wasn't a lot for people of their level. They felt that it was too cheap to auction off a void tree. However, if it was used to nurture a void realm expert, everyone felt that it was too expensive to accept. The beautiful female cultivator smiled apologetically and said, "I'm sorry. This void tree isn't in good condition, nor is it healthy. It has some problems. Everyone, please take a look." The female cultivator pointed at the void with her slender finger. A small world seemed to open there, and a 1-meter tall tree appeared. The tree's roots were stuck in the void. The exposed parts were very rough and had already dried up. The entire tree was yellowed and covered in soil. It was dead gray and lifeless. As for the void tree, it was obvious that it had stopped working. In other words, it had lost its original function. It looked like a dead tree. The void tree had actually died. At this moment, more than 99% of the domain realm experts were shocked. As for the reality realm experts, they felt even more disbelief. Then they began to discuss loudly, their voices gradually growing louder. "What is this thing? It's just a withered void tree. How dare it ask for 10 billion? It must be crazy for money. This is the first time I've heard of a void tree dying." Compared to the few reality realm experts in the hall, all the domain realm experts fell silent or were deep in thought. Obviously, they had seen enough and naturally didn't think that this matter was so simple. The beautiful female cultivator raised her slender and fair right hand. The noisy discussion in the hall gradually died down. Her light voice rang out. "There are indeed some problems with this void tree, but it's not at the point of death yet. It only needs a few thunder drops of life to revive it and let it shine with the glory it should have." The hall fell into a deathly silence. On one hand, it was because the void tree could be revived. On the other hand, it was because many people had never heard of the thunder drop of life before. The thunder drop of life was indeed a rare term. More than 99% of the domain realm experts present had never heard of it, let alone the reality realm experts. Thunder drop of life? Is there such a thing in this world? Ling Xing asked doubtfully. Ming Zhu, who was beside him, said faintly, "Who knows? It's just like how you believe that a void tree that can take root in the void will wither and die." Besides the two of them, there were 4 other domain realm experts in the room. The other 3 people were also very puzzled. A moment later, their gazes fell on Lord Wu. In terms of cultivation level, Lord Wu was the highest. In terms of knowledge, Lord Wu was also the most knowledgeable. "It's actually the thunder drop of life," Lord Wu said with a sigh. "There really is such a thing." Everyone was very surprised. The thunder drop of life, also known as the tear of life, is a very rare thing that comes from the void. It is said that it is a tear that fell from the void. Although it is not as valuable as the void tree, it is still a miraculous thing that can revive the dead. While Lord Wu was explaining, the female cultivator on the auction stage said the same thing. Then the auction began. Regardless of whether anyone could obtain the thunder drop of life, the fact that the void tree could be revived was enough to prove its value. As for whether they needed it or whether they could find it, that was something that they would have to worry about in the future. Then the bidding started. The starting bid was 100 yuan, and each bid was increased by 10 yuan, 150 yuan. A voice was heard from a private room. 160 yuan, 180 yuan, 200 yuan. Then other bids were heard one after another. Just as the auction was going on, a young man in purple robes sat in a separate box above the auction hall. He looked down quietly and listened to the calls for bids. Chapter 1271. 500, 550, 560, 700. The auction continued as more and more domain realm experts made their bids. The value of a void tree that was about to wither had reached tens of billions. This number was enough to shock many corporeal realm experts and make many domain realm experts frown. 800, 1,000. When the number passed 1,000, only a few famous people with a lot of resources remained. For example, the old family of Huping City, the Zhou family, was still holding on. However, when the number reached 1,000, they seemed a little weak, but they didn't back down. 1,100. An old voice rang out. This old man was from the City Lord Mansion and represented the City Lord. 1,200. A faint voice rang out. This was probably a representative sent by some important person in the army. 1,300. Another seemingly casual voice rang out. This time, it came from Hunter's Castle. In comparison, only the Hunter's Castle was richer. Of course, the city's army was also one of them. After all, the true manager of the city's army was the mansion lord of each mansion. Therefore, there were also people in the city's army who could compete with the city lord. As the price continued to rise, some of the smaller forces gradually withdrew. Only the three major forces remained. Among them, Hunter's Castle was the calmest. 2,000. This was Ling Xing's voice. Until now, Lord Wu hadn't made a bid. In the other two rooms, the people bidding were still sending messages. A mere 2,000 was nothing to the forces behind them. However, they needed to care about the thunder droplet of life. If they couldn't obtain it, then the withered void tree was useless. 3,000. Ling Xing's voice rang out again. 3,001. 3,002. After a slight pause, two more voices rang out. 3,500. Ling Xing said. 3,600. 3,700. Two more forces followed. 4,000. This was Ling Xing's voice. 4,500. It was Ling Xing's voice again. 5,000. It was still Ling Xing's voice. 6,000. This was an unfamiliar and aged voice that belonged to Lord Wu. This time, the other two factions were silent for a long time. Just as the auctioneer was about to decide who would be auctioned, a voice rang out. 6,100. 6,500. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Wu spoke again. This time, there was an even longer silence. 6,500 going once. 6,500 going twice. 6,500 going thrice sold. As the hammer fell, the auction ended. Many gasps could be heard. Was it worth it to spend 650 billion to buy a withered void tree? The answer was definitely not. However, if they could really find the thunder drop of life and save the void tree, this deal would undoubtedly be a huge profit. Compared to the three forces, Hunter's Castle had the most connections. Perhaps they would really be able to find a lightning drop of life. After the transaction ended, Hunter's Castle's people handed over the realm fragments. Then, Ling Xing went to bring the withered void tree back. There's still a trace of life energy left, but it can't heal itself. However, it can ensure its survival, Ling Xing said after carefully sensing it. Let's bring it back to the castle first. Lord Wu instructed. Then the group left. As soon as they walked out of the door, people came out from other rooms. They were the people from the previous two factions. When they saw each other, they nodded and left. The people in the auction house left one after another. Some of the insiders began to get busy. The beautiful auctioneer went straight to the top floor after calculating the profits of the auction. There was a knock on the purple-robed man's door. A calm voice rang out, "Sir, this is the profit from the auction." The female cultivator walked up to the man and took out a spirit ring. Looking at the female cultivator, the purple-robed man's expression was a bit strange. He pointed at the seat beside him and said, "Sit." The female cultivator sat down uneasily. After taking the spirit ring, the man didn't inspect it. He seemed to be very confident in her. Instead, he smiled and asked, "Does your lord have any other orders?" A trace of panic flashed across the female cultivator's face. Then she shook her head. The purple-robed man's smile had an additional trace of lust. He took advantage of the situation and pressed the woman down. The female cultivator let out a low cry and began to struggle. A moment later, a strange panting sound rang out in the room. Everything had been arranged, and the woman had done it willingly. It was obvious that when the purple-robed man left, he would obtain a considerable amount of wealth that would make countless people go crazy with envy. When they returned to Hunter's castle, the group of domain realm cultivators began to look at the void tree. The others went to look for ancient books or issue missions related to the Thunder Drop of Life. The Thunder Drop of Life only appears in the void, and these things can only be obtained by domain realm cultivators. "It's useless to issue missions," Lord Wu said indifferently after learning about this matter. "We still have to try," Ling Xing said. "You don't have to worry about this matter. I plan to enter the void and try my luck. I haven't been out for so many years. This time, it's a good time to walk around." A trace of surprise appeared on his face when he heard that Lord Wu wanted to search for it himself. Just as the two were discussing some details, a reality realm cultivator walked in from outside and said, "My lords, there's a person outside. He says he knows something about the Thunder Drop of Life." "What?" The two's expressions changed. "He says he knows something about the Thunder Drop of Life," the man repeated. "Bring him here," Lord Wu reacted. Whether it was true or not, he naturally wanted to see it. The reality realm cultivator left and quickly brought a purple-robed man to the void tree. After arriving, the purple-robed man observed his surroundings. At the same time, he appeared to be very calm. "Do you know where the Thunder Drop of Life is?" The purple-robed man's casual attitude displeased Ling Xing. He asked directly. The purple-robed man withdrew his gaze and nodded. "Of course. This time, I'm here for the Thunder Drop of Life." Lord Wu looked at him and said indifferently, "What do you want in return?" The purple-robed man smiled and said, "I don't want any reward. On the contrary, I'll give you a generous reward." Just as the two were slightly stunned, the purple-robed man said, "I want to issue a mission related to the Thunder Drop of Life. However, this is a secret mission. I don't want too many people to know about it." "What are the details of the mission?" Ling Xing asked. The purple-robed man smiled mysteriously and said, "I think you should be most concerned about the reward for the mission." "Reward? What kind of reward can you give us?" Ling Xing glanced at the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man was only a reality realm cultivator. He was displeased by the man's tone. The purple-robed man flipped his hand and took out a small, shriveled ball. It was only the size of a walnut and looked like the seed of some kind of tree. However, it was dried up. Ling Xing didn't recognize this item, but he didn't evaluate it as worthless. He only looked at Lord Wu in confusion. The purple-robed man's expression became very solemn, even grave. There was a trace of shock and disbelief in his eyes. Such an obvious change in expression clearly proved that this item was extraordinary. "It seems you've recognized it. How about it? The reward should be very generous, right?" The purple-robed man smiled. Lord Wu took a deep breath and calmed his expression. He looked at the purple-robed man and said, "The void tree is yours." "Smart." The The purple-robed man snapped his fingers. Ling Xing looked at the purple-robed man in surprise. It's yours, and you know about the thunder drop of life. Since you're willing to sell it, it means you have more on you. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and search your soul? Lord Wu asked. I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid. However, I believe you won't, the purple-robed man said. Why? Because of Hunter's Castle's reputation? Lord Wu asked with a smile. The purple-robed man shook his head and said no. This so-called reputation is useless to me. It's because of the rules. There are very few rules in Hunter's Castle. As he spoke, another item appeared in the purple-robed man's hand. It was a golden medallion. It looked like an ordinary Hunter King's medallion. Even the markings on it were the same. However, as the stewards of this place, the two of them naturally knew some of the characteristics of the medallion. Ling Xing's expression changed. He cried out in surprise, "This is the Heaven's Sanctum Hunting Medallion!" The Heaven's Sanctum Hunting Medallion represented Shuntian Prefecture. It was also one of the most powerful medallions in Hunter's Castle. This kind of medallion rarely appeared in the world. However, when it did, it was bound to cause a huge uproar. The two of them took the medallion and examined it carefully. This was a medallion that had existed for a very long time. Although it still shone with a golden light, the soul power on it had long since dissipated. This meant that the medallion's owner had died. However, this was the most powerful Heaven's Sanctum Hunting Medallion. Even if its owner had died, it was still valid in Hunter's Castle. Even the descendants of the medallion could request Hunter's Castle to do something for them. This was because every cultivator who received a Heaven's Sanctum Hunting Medallion had made a great contribution to Hunter's Castle. This contribution was enough to take care of their descendants, even after they died. This purple-robed man was only in the corporeal realm. It was obvious that one of his ancestors was such a great figure. So you're one of us. What do you want us to do? Lord Wu's attitude had clearly changed. The purple-robed man put away the medallion and smiled. I don't want you to do anything. I said before that I would give you a mission, and this is the reward. I can give you the reward in advance. But I want you to do your best to complete the mission. Don't worry. Even if there's no reward, we'll do our best just because of the medallion, Ling Xing promised. All right then. I need a few young people with powerful battle strength. They can only be below the domain realm. I need to open a place. I know that every hunter's castle will look for special existences. I need people like that, the purple-robed man said. No problem. I'll immediately call all the senior hunters back. As for the number of people, you can choose as you wish. Chapter 1272. Shangguan Hong took out the message. When she saw the contents, her expression changed. What's wrong? Beside her, Zi Qin, who had just killed a spirit-gray battle beast, was dealing with the corpse. He cut off some of the delicious meat to be roasted in the future. When he noticed Shangguan Hong's abnormality, he asked, Old Ling wants us to go back, said Shangguan Hong. Go back? When? Now, immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? Did something happen? Zi Chen looked at Shangguan Hong. Shangguan Hong shook her head. I'm not sure. That's good. We've gained a lot from this experience. Let's go back and rest for a while. Zi Chen nodded. The two began to return. On the third day after the auction, the survivors who had surrounded and killed Zi Chen returned. At the same time, the early corporeal realm cultivators who had come to watch the show returned. News of Zi Chen's crazy massacre spread throughout Huping City. There had been rumors a few days ago, but not many people believed that Zi Chen had gone on a crazy killing spree, or even killed those above his level. However, with the return of many people involved, the news spread at the fastest speed. For a time, the entire Huping City was talking about this matter. Compared to Zi Chen's killing spree, the void tree after the auction was no longer as attractive. What? You don't believe me? I saw it with my own eyes, said an early corporeal realm cultivator in a tavern. Only a fool would believe you. He's just a mid-virtual realm cultivator. Even if he had a supreme treasure to raise his strength to the early corporeal realm, how could he kill those in the late corporeal realm? Someone retorted, sarcastically, I saw it with my own eyes, said the early corporeal realm cultivator. You saw it with your own eyes, but we didn't see it with our own eyes. Unless you have evidence. Evidence? The early corporeal realm cultivator hesitated. What? You don't have any evidence, right? The sarcastic voice sounded again. The early corporeal realm cultivator shook his head and said, Of course I have evidence, but I risked my life to obtain it. If I let you see it like this, wouldn't I suffer a great loss? He suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, Believe it or not, the evidence is right there. I'll keep it for myself. The surrounding cultivators were startled at first. Then curiosity appeared on their faces. However, their faces were soon filled with disdain. Obviously, everyone understood what the reality meant. Name your price, someone said. The early-stage corporeal realm expert wasn't a hypocrite either. He swept his gaze over the crowd and said, Everyone here, I'll give you 10,000 each. Don't be in a hurry to reject me. I promise that the thing in my hands will be an eye-opener for all of you, because this is the visual proof of a massacre. 10,000 was equivalent to one reality fragment, so everyone could accept it. After hearing the early reality fragment, everyone agreed and handed over enough law fragments. The cultivator didn't lie. In the next moment, he took out a crystal ball and said, I risked my life to get this. Look carefully. Everyone stared at the crystal ball with wide eyes. Following the injection of a trace of energy, the crystal ball began to glow, and a scene appeared within it. That was the moment Zi Chen's eyes shot out gold and silver light. Then he leapt into the air. Without further ado, the slaughter began. In the crystal ball, no one could see Zi Chen's figure. They could only see heads flying in the air and corpses falling to the ground. The tavern was silent. Everyone's gaze fell on the crystal ball. Even their breaths were held. The slaughter continued. Finally, the group of mid-corporeal realm cultivators began to retreat. Then, the group of late corporeal realm cultivators surrounded him. Everyone's expression became tense because the most crucial part had arrived. Many late corporeal realm cultivators began to use the power of space to suppress Zichen. Zichen's speed was greatly reduced. Then, an earth-shattering attack enveloped Zichen. A long sword struck Zichen's chest. Zichen had chopped off the head of a mid-corporeal realm cultivator with a single slash. The nervous crowd burst into an uproar. Someone sighed, Heavens, he actually killed a late corporeal realm cultivator with a single slash. The others nodded in agreement. The original early corporeal realm cultivator said disdainfully, This is nothing. The real show is yet to come. The scene continued. After the first person died, a second and a third person's head was chopped off one after the other. Zi Chen's armor shattered. The others watched anxiously and worriedly. More late corporeal realm cultivators died. There was an indescribable feeling in their hearts. Zi Chen began to get injured. The number of injuries on his body increased. Gradually, he became covered in scars. He looked very miserable, and his wounds were shocking. However, even more late corporeal realm cultivators were killed. Zi Chen had finally reached a state where he was on the brink of death. The real show had arrived. Zi Chen began his mad slaughter. Corpses fell one after another. Zi Chen's condition was the same as before. In the end, Zi Chen killed the group of late corporeal realm cultivators until they were scared out of their wits. The early corporeal realm cultivators had personally experienced the scene. However, they still felt the same thrilling feeling when they watched it again. How was it? I wasn't lying, right? When the scene ended, everyone was still in a state of shock and daze. The early corporeal realm cultivator, who was the first to react, spoke with a proud expression. However, the proud expression on his face quickly froze. He looked around and saw that the tavern, which had only had a dozen people a moment ago, was now packed with people. Everyone seemed to have turned to stone as they stared at the crystal ball that had long since disappeared. Not good. We've lost big time. Hurry up and close the door. We'll charge. The early corporeal realm cultivator rushed forward to block the door. Scenes like this had already played out in many places. There were still many people with business acumen like the early corporeal realm cultivator. The purple-clothed man happened to be in the tavern. His expression also changed when he saw the scene in the video. This is the heavenly Thunderwings that the Thunder clan lost a long time ago. A strange light flashed through the purple-clothed man's eyes. This person is also extremely powerful. If he joins us this time, our chances of success will be even greater. As the video spread, the news about Zichen also spread. At the same time, the debate about Zichen also spread. For example, why did Zichen possess an inexhaustible amount of energy after forcefully increasing his cultivation? Why was he not corroded by the laws despite his serious injuries? These were all suspicious points and the subject of debate. At the same time, a close-up video was sent to Hunter's castle and then placed in Lord Wu's hands. It could be said that Zichen was the person who had spent the most resources on a small cultivation in history. Therefore, he received the attention of the upper echelons. The original 4-domain realm cultivators sat in the same conference room and watched the video together. After the video finished playing, the 4 of them fell into silence. Although they were silent, their emotions were fluctuating greatly. How was it? How was my 10 billion investment? Ling Xing asked proudly as he looked at Ming Zhu and the other domain realm cultivator. The 2 of them glanced at Ling Xing but couldn't say a word. Zichen had only increased his cultivation by 1 small cultivation level, yet he already possessed such powerful combat strength. He was completely worthy of this expenditure. Powerful and exciting. Lord Wu concluded, "Of course, I knew that he was extraordinary when I saw him casually slaughter the early stage corporeal realm cultivators. I would be willing to invest 100 billion in a person like him, let alone 10 billion. Plus, his combat strength isn't any weaker than those special existences. He might even be comparable to a higher life form." Ling Xing said proudly, "Think about it. If we used resources to raise Zichen to the domain realm, what kind of concept would that be? He would definitely be able to kill enemies above his level. Do you think he would still care about resources at that time? Without resources, he could just find a random domain realm cultivator and kill them." Ling Xing was very proud. Lord Wu nodded repeatedly, but the expressions of the other 2 domain realm cultivators became very unnatural and ugly. This time, Zichen killed more than 40 late-stage corporeal realm cultivators. Let's not talk about the mid-stage corporeal realm cultivators first. The wealth that Zichen obtained this time is probably in the hundreds of millions. Shang Guanhong also told me that Zichen also obtained a great harvest from killing spirit-grade battle beasts. The total harvest this time is probably in the hundreds of millions. Ling Xingyi looked at the 2 cultivators with ugly expressions and said, "Every time he goes out, he can obtain hundreds of millions of wealth. Do you think he won't be able to pay back a mere 10 billion? Also, don't forget that he's only in the void realm now. He still has a long way to go. Resources are nothing in his eyes." He then said sarcastically, "Think about him and then think about you. When you were at his level, did you have his achievements?" Also, Lord Wu interrupted Ling Xing when he saw that there was no end to his pride. "All right, that's enough. We now know that Zichen is extraordinary. What we need to do is to protect Zichen and not let anything happen to him." The 2 of them nodded with ugly expressions. Ling Xing also nodded and said seriously, "Actually, I didn't mean to make things difficult for you two." The two's expressions relaxed, and Ling Xing continued, "I was just too happy and couldn't help but say a few more words. Ha ha! Who told me to have a pair of discerning eyes? Ha 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 ha!" Ling Xing's laughter rang out in the meeting room. The two's expressions, which had just relaxed, naturally became ugly again. Lord Wu looked at Ling Xing and shook his head with a smile. He was also very happy, but he didn't laugh because he thought about the feelings of the two beside him. Now, what we need to do is to let Ziqin have a sense of belonging to Hunter's castle. We need to protect him and prevent people with ill intentions from attacking him. Lord Wu said after a moment, "If we really want to protect him, then it'll be fine if we don't let him leave the city. I don't think anyone in Huping City would dare to assassinate Ziqin in the city." Ming Zhu was the first to speak. "That's right. Therefore, Ziqin doesn't need to participate in this mission at all." Ling Xing said. On this point, the four of them were surprisingly in agreement. Just as the news about Ziqin was spreading like wildfire, the person involved, Ziqin, finally rushed back with Shang Guanhong. Chapter 1273. Ziqin and Shang Guanhong descended from the flying boat. There were many cultivators around them. Some were about to leave on the flying boat, while others had just returned. When these people saw Ziqin and Shang Guanhong, their expressions immediately changed. Ziqin's massacre had already spread throughout Huping City. The video of that massacre had been seen countless times. Now, almost all the cultivators in Huping City knew of a powerful existence like Ziqin. In many people's eyes, Ziqin was already synonymous with invincible in the corporeal realm. At this moment, after seeing Ziqin descend from the sky with their own eyes, a small commotion broke out in the surroundings. Ziqin and Shang Guanhong saw an acquaintance in the crowd. It was the female cultivator who had looked down on Ziqin and deliberately targeted him in the precious weapon pavilion. After that, Shang Guanhong appeared and made her leave the precious weapon pavilion. Before she left, she acted extremely low-key in front of Ziqin. However, she managed to make an enemy out of the city's central army for Ziqin, and she also successfully made an ally out of the city's central army, Yiwai. Yiwai was part of the city's army and Zhou Chang's subordinate. He was doing well in Huping City. She had a good time with Yiwai, but who would have thought that after a few days, Yiwai would be killed by Ziqin? Ziqin's reputation also rose at that time. After Yiwai's death, she could only find someone else to survive. Today, she saw Ziqin in the crowd. After a year, the existence she had disdained and deliberately targeted had become a high and mighty figure. She had no choice but to look up to him. When Shang Guanhong saw her in the crowd, she did not have much of an expression on her face. She did not even have the intention to greet her. She just left. Ziqin also ignored her. Perhaps her fate had changed because of him, but she only had herself to blame for all of this. Wherever the two of them passed, the crowd would look at them and then discuss spiritedly. "It seems that your deeds have spread throughout Huping City and caused quite a stir," Shang Guanhong said with a smile. Ziqin rubbed his nose and said, "Maybe, but I'm still not used to the feeling of being watched." "You'll get used to it slowly." "I'm afraid not, because I'm still not used to it, even after 1,000 years. Ziqin had undoubtedly become an important figure in Hunter's castle after displaying his invincible and corporeal realm battle prowess. Thus, news of his arrival had reached the city. A short moment later, a group of cultivators walked out of the Hunter's castle and flew out of the city to welcome Ziqin. At the city gate, a group of hunters greeted them. The leader was Wade, who was familiar with Ziqin. Seeing Ziqin arrive, Wade stepped forward and bowed, respectfully shouting, "Greetings, my lord." Behind him, the others also shouted in unison. Ziqin knew that the other party was joking, so he immediately laughed and said, "What are you talking about? Don't give me that." Wade also smiled and said, "This is not a joke." Your battle prowess has shaken Huping City. Now you are a real adult. All right, let's go. More and more gazes were cast on him from all directions. All kinds of undisguised emotions and gazes fell on him, making him feel very uncomfortable. There were many cultivators in and out of the city who rushed over after hearing the news. Now, Zichen had become a celebrity, but he was not used to it. Wade nodded at Shang Guanhong, and then the group made way for Zichen and the others to enter the city. Elderling, why did you suddenly call us back? Is there something urgent? Zichen asked. Wade shook his head and said, I'm not too sure. Has anything special happened in the city recently? Zichen asked again. Nothing big. It's just that a tree of void was auctioned, but it's about to wither. The final price was 650 billion. What? 650 billion? And it's about to wither? Zichen's face was full of surprise. Shang Guanhong seemed to have known about it and was not surprised at all. She glanced at Zichen and explained, 650 billion is only 6,500 realm fragments. If it's an intact tree of void, you might not be able to buy it even at 10 times the price. The tree of void is not dead, and there are ways to save it. They chatted all the way back to Hunter's Castle. Strangely, Elderling did not summon the two of them. In Wade's words, the two of them were already very tired from going out and should rest first. Shang Guanhong did not stay in Hunter's Castle. After saying goodbye to Zichen, she went back. Now that the two of them had a good relationship, Shang Guanhong invited Zichen to come to Treasure Pavilion when he was free. After returning to his room, Zichen took a hot bath and then lay on his bed to rest. In the Zhanwu continent, it was almost a luxury to have a good night's sleep. Wu Xie had returned a long time ago, but he did not return to Hunter's Castle. He only came back when Zichen returned and went to find Mingzhu. You've met Zichen. What do you think? Mingzhu asked while drinking tea in the living room. At the same time, he poured Wu Xie a cup of tea. He has some tricks up his sleeve, but they're nothing in front of me, Wu Xie said indifferently as he sat beside Mingzhu. Oh, why do you say that? People outside say that he's in the invincible reality realm, Mingzhu said with interest. I'm not sure if he's in the invincible reality realm, but in front of me, he won't be able to gain any advantage. His physique is very unique. His recovery speed is good, but he's still far from being immortal. However, in terms of energy consumption, he seems to have some special means. In my opinion, it should be the heavenly thunder wings effect. Wu Xie paused and said, without the heavenly thunder wings, his battle strength would be reduced by at least 80%. And with a treasure, he'll always be an outer path. Mingzhu pondered for a moment and said, whether he's an outer path or not, Zichen is now a core member of Hunter's Castle. Wu Xie sneered and said, what? Are you not planning to let him participate in this matter? Are you treating him like a treasure at home? This is Lord Wu's intention, Mingzhu said. Wu Xie smiled and said, I admit that I've said something worthless about him before. The strength he's shown in this realm is at least greater than mine. Hunter's Castle is not wrong to want to nurture him with all its strength. However, as far as I know, you didn't get along well with him back then. That's not called getting along well. It's just a small disagreement, Mingzhu corrected. You think so, but he might not think so. Think about it, a person who kills people, like scything flax. Would he have a heart of gratitude? Mingzhu frowned and said, what are you trying to say? You know the rules of Hunter's Castle, right? What I mean is, since Zichen's battle strength is so strong, then such a person is the true main force of Hunter's Castle. And this time, since the person with the talent hunting token has appeared, then we should do our best to help him. Wu Xie's vertical pupils were filled with evil. It was obvious that he knew about this matter. Mingzhu waved his hand and gestured for Wu Xie to leave while he fell into deep thought. Zichen rested for 3 days. During these 3 days, Hunter's Castle also called back some of the senior hunters. Apart from Zichin, these senior hunters were all summoned to their respective residences and waited for Huanlong to come and choose. You can't choose too many people, but they must be elites. When Huanlong arrived, he emphasized again, "You can choose anyone you want here." Huanlong was personally received by Lord Wu. He then took out a list with some names and some special methods recorded on it. Huanlong carefully looked at the list. There were indeed some unique existences on it. He seemed to fall into deep thought. After a while, he quickly pointed out 4 people and said, "The 4 of them." Among the 4 people, there was Shangguan Hong, Wu Xie, Man Shi, and someone called Dongqing. The list was very detailed, so Lord Wu wasn't surprised that Huanlong chose these 4 people. After selecting the 4 people, Huanlong put down the list and asked, "Why isn't Zichin on this list?" Zichin. Lord Wu was stunned. "That's right. He's the last person I want," Huanlong said. Zichin is indeed a member of Hunter's Castle, but his true realm is only at the middle stage of the virtual realm. He's not qualified to go out yet, Lord Wu explained. "I've seen the video of him killing. His combat strength is shocking and awe-inspiring. If he's not qualified, who is? Moreover, I think highly of his combat strength. I'm sure he'll be of great use to us on this trip. As for the reward, if you think it's too little, I can increase it appropriately," Huanlong said. Lord Wu fell into hesitation. Of course, it wasn't the reward that Huanlong mentioned, but the rules of Hunter's Castle. Since he's already named us, I'm afraid we'll damage Hunter's Castle's reputation if we don't hand him over. Just as Lord Wu was hesitating, a voice came from outside. It was Ming Zhu. He walked in and said seriously, "Logically speaking, Zichin isn't qualified. However, since you said you need him, we won't hide anything from you." "However," Huanlong waved his hand and said, "if something happens, I'll compensate you. Once this is done, not only will you receive enough thunder droplets of life, but you'll also receive an additional void tree seed." This was a reward that no one could refuse. Since Ming Zhu had already said it, Lord Wu would only embarrass Huanlong if he refused. Although he felt that Ming Zhu was a little overboard, he couldn't criticize him since he was fighting for Hunter's Castle's reward. Helpless, Lord Wu finally nodded and said, "All right then. However, I'll have to explain this to Zichin. We didn't take him into consideration before, so we didn't inform him in advance. Moreover, Zichin has just returned from a trip and is currently resting. Don't worry, I can wait for him for 10 days. After 10 days, we'll depart together," Huanlong said. Lord Wu nodded and left with his men. Next, they had to inform the hunters. There would be others to inform the hunters. As for Zichin, Lord Wu decided to pay him a visit personally. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of Zichin's room. Zichin, who was cultivating inside the room, opened his eyes. "Come in," Zichin said. Chapter 1274. Lord Wu. Seeing Lord Wu standing outside the door, Zichin was surprised and hurriedly got off the bed. "Why are you here?" Lord Wu was definitely the leader of all the hunters in Huping City. He was definitely a real big shot. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to compare him to the mayor of Huping City. After Zichin got up, he immediately poured some water for Lord Wu. "No hurry, no hurry." Lord Wu waved his hand and motioned for Zichin to sit down. "Sir, you are looking for me." Zichin handed over the teacup filled with water. His expression was very reserved. "There is something. Ling Xing was originally the one who came to find you. But after thinking about it, I decided to come and tell you personally," Lord Wu said after taking the cup. "What is it?" If Lord Wu had to come personally, it was definitely not something ordinary. Zichin was clearly a little nervous. "There was an auction a while ago. You should know about it, right?" "Yes, it was mainly for the Void Tree." "That's right. During that auction, Hunter's Castle won the Void Tree, but it was about to wither. However, The void tree can be revived with the thunder droplet of life. Coincidentally, someone knew the location of the thunder droplet of void. He also issued a mission that required a few powerful corporeal realms to complete. Upon hearing this, Zichen said the mission he issued should be related to the thunder droplet of life. Could it be that he was the one who auctioned the void tree? Zichen's sharp thinking surprised Lord Wu, but he was also very pleased. This way, his ability to adapt to danger would be much stronger. He nodded and said he was that person. However, he gave a corresponding reward for the mission he issued this time. Zichen was very surprised that Lord Wu admitted it so readily. However, the way he looked at Lord Wu also became strange. Although Hunter's Castle's reputation was very high and was known to be the most trustworthy, it depended on the person and the item. They didn't care about something that was worth $1 billion or $10 billion, which was why they kept their word. However, auctioning off the void tree and knowing the location of the thunder droplet of life was priceless. It had even exceeded the limits of what Hunter's Castle could bear. Anyone would be jealous of something like this. How could the people of Hunter's Castle make a fair deal with the other party? Moreover, with Lord Wu's brilliant methods, it wasn't beneath him to do this kind of thing himself. Killing people and searching their souls was too easy for him. Zichen's mind spun quickly. He thought of a possibility and asked, "The other party has a great background." Lord Wu looked at Zichen and smiled. His smile was very satisfied. It was obvious that Zichen, who asked this question, wasn't a pedantic person. He didn't care about right or wrong, good or evil. He only cared about benefits. This kind of person would know how to be flexible. He shook his head and said, "We didn't investigate his background, so we don't know. However, before he came, he took a hunting token from Shantian Prefecture. That's one of the highest standards in Hunter's Castle in Shantian Prefecture. It represents a glorious past, supreme glory, and contribution. With this token, you can mobilize hunters in any city in Shantian Prefecture for your own use. Even if a later generation comes with a hunting token, we have to do our best to help." After hearing Lord Wu's explanation, Zichen nodded. In this world, people were greedy. Battles were everywhere, and rules were pitifully few. However, every rule had to be obeyed. More importantly, the people in this world also had things that they had to adhere to. The people of Hunter's Castle didn't care about their reputation. They could kill and steal, but they couldn't do anything to people who had a hunting token. This was a belief that all hunters had to adhere to. Even if the person who came was a fat lamb, they had to give it their all. Hunter's Castle had the power to resist the city's army. There were many hunters here. Zichen could almost see that many hunters were working hard for Hunter's Castle, contributing to Hunter's Castle. There were also many who were working hard to obtain a hunting token. Once they found out that the descendants of the hunting token had been assassinated and their souls searched, it would definitely cause chaos. The greater the power, the more uncontrollable the chaos would be. It might even shake the foundations of some place. Of course, in this kind of situation, they could still choose to kill people without anyone knowing. However, Lord Wu didn't choose this path. Instead, he chose to adhere to his beliefs. This wasn't just about his beliefs. It was also a test of his character. At this moment, Zichen trusted this person. And at this moment, he was also working hard for Hunter's Castle. After a moment of silence, Zichen asked, "I want to know, other than me, who else will go? If something unexpected happens, can these people be trusted?" "There are Manshur, Shangguanhong, Dongqing, Wuxia, and you, a total of 5 people. They are all experienced hunters of Hunter's Castle. They don't have much strength, and they are all on our side. You can completely trust them. However, when your life is threatened or when it is necessary, you still have to believe in yourself." Lord Wu gave such an answer. When it came to some kind of secret, Lord Wu naturally wouldn't tell Zichen about the other 4 people's abilities. Zichen had heard from Shangguanhong that Manshur and Wuxia were clearly very special existences. It seemed that Dong Qing was no ordinary person either. Zi Chen couldn't refuse this matter, not to mention that Lord Wu had come personally. And after chatting with him, Zi Chen was full of admiration for this old man. The difficulty of this mission is very high. Hunter's Castle won't let you do it for free. Once it's done, you will receive a generous reward. By the way, do you have any other requests? Lord Wu asked. It was obvious that a mission for a group of top-notch existences wouldn't be that simple. Zi Chen had to be careful. He seriously thought for a moment before he said, "My armor was shattered when I was ganged up on. I need a new armor of high quality. Also, my weapon isn't strong enough. I need to reinforce it with some powerful magical formations." Hunter's Castle was a large organization. Naturally, they were more powerful than Cauldron Spirit. Therefore, Zi Chen needed their help. Lord Wu nodded and said, "For this mission, safety first. Your request is nothing. If you can use a domain weapon, I will give you 2 for self-defense." Zi Chen handed the refined black blade to Lord Wu. When Lord Wu saw the black blade, his eyes flashed with a strange light. He said, "For a real weapon, this blade has almost no impurities. The only thing it lacks is magical formations. This is just a small matter. Leave it to me. As for the armor, don't worry." Lord Wu took Zi Chen's black blade and left. Zi Chen, on the other hand, continued his cultivation. In truth, his cultivation was to find a way to make a breakthrough. What requests does he have? Lord Wu returned to his residence. Ling Xing had been waiting for him for a long time. He was the one who personally recruited Zi Chen. He was very concerned about Zi Chen. He was very worried about sending Zi Chen on this mission. He wants to reinforce his weapon with some magical formations. He also needs a piece of armor, Lord Wu said. That's not too much to ask. Ling Xing thought for a moment before he looked at Lord Wu and earnestly said, "The potential that Zi Chen has displayed is already extraordinary. Nothing must happen to him before he matures. Zi Chen is the future of Huping City's Hunter's Castle. Nothing can happen to him. Besides, I'm looking forward to seeing him create a miracle and shock Shantian Prefecture," Lord Wu added. At present, Ling Xing and Lord Wu were the ones who knew the most about Zi Chen. Because of Zi Chen, the 2 of them had researched some ancient records together. They had also specifically researched Zi Chen's combat strength. Through the clues in the ancient records, they came up with a terrifying and unimaginable conjecture. It was because of this conjecture that they didn't think that Zi Chen's whereabouts had been leaked and that he had been attacked by many realms. Afterwards, the 2 of them burned these extremely precious ancient records and let the secrets they had discovered rot from the bottom of their hearts. Ling Xing looked at Lord Wu and said, "That's why nothing can happen to Zi Chen. That's why he needs to forge weapons and armor." Lord Wu smiled and said, "You don't have to be so serious. You just want Grandmaster Li to take action, right?" Ling Xing was a little annoyed when he heard this. That old bastard is a piece of shit. He thinks he can act so arrogantly just because he has a little bit of skill. Sooner or later, I'll teach him a lesson. Then we'll talk about it after you beat him. Don't worry, I'll personally talk to him about Zi Chen. I think he'll give me some face," Lord Wu said with a chuckle. Ling Xing said indignantly, "Pfft, that old bastard is really a piece of shit. Hunter's Castle raised him. But now he's giving face to Hunter's Castle. Every time we ask him to do something, it's like we're begging him. But his skills really seem to have reached the acme of perfection." Haha, Lord Wu laughed. On the same day, Lord Wu personally went out of the city with a long blade. He hadn't left the city for a long time. Huan Long gave Zi Chen and the others 10 days to do whatever they wanted. The next day, Zi Chen, who was racking his brains to no avail, went to look for Ling Xing. He wanted to check out some of the books on cultivation in Hunter's Castle. You don't know much about this world, so it's good for you to see more. Feel free to look at everything in the castle. Your hunting token is enough for you." Ling Xing gave Zi Chen a few simple instructions. Hunter's castle had a large place to store books. Because it was in the castle itself, there were only a few guards. There were no special guardians in the dark. After opening the door, Zi Chen's bookshelf was 3 stories high. Rows of ancient books were neatly arranged on the bookshelf. Some of them were about cultivation, some cultivation methods, and some battle skills. However, most of them were about the geography of the Zhanmu continent and the various strange creatures. Of course, there were also many secrets. Zi Chen plunged into the sea of books and began to look for a way to break through. Time flew by quickly. Soon 9 days had passed. Zi Chen read many ancient books, but he still couldn't find a way to break through. He wasn't impatient. Instead, he felt that there was too little time. He even regretted not bringing the time castle left behind by the saint. After 9 days, Lord Wu returned and handed the things to Ling Xing. Chapter 1275. Seeing the 2 items on the table, Zi Chen was very surprised. "You finished so quickly." "Time's up. Even if it's not good, it's good," Ling Xing said. "Time's up." Zi Chen had been exploring in the sea of books for the past few days. He didn't know that it was Ling Xing who called him out just now. 9 days have passed. Tomorrow is the time to set off. Let's see what these 2 items are like. Ling Xing smiled mysteriously. Zi Chen was very clear about the black saber. At this moment, his attention was on the black armor. The armor was made of many refined scales. There were many patterns engraved on its surface. These were the patterns of an array. Although they were clearly engraved, they gave off a natural feeling and were of very high quality. Zi Chen was surprised to find that it was actually a real spirit weapon. This armor was without a doubt the strongest armor Zi Chen had ever seen, and he was very satisfied with it. Then, Zi Chen picked up the black saber and released his spiritual senses. He was surprised again because he actually sensed a weapon spirit from the black saber. It was a weapon spirit with very strong spiritual fluctuations. This is also a real spirit weapon. Zi Chen was surprised and amazed. Ling Xing smiled and said, "There are some Grandmaster Artificers in Hunter's Castle. They have always been serving Hunter's Castle. You're very lucky this time. A Grandmaster Artificer of the Domain Realm just happened to be here. He also happened to be free, so he helped you refine the saber and armor." Hearing this, Zi Chen thanked him profusely. Ling Xing didn't hold back and said, "This artificer's brain isn't very good. He was born with a mental illness, so we did pay a price to convince him to refine your weapon. We accept your thanks. There's still 1 day left. You should carefully sense these 2 items. You'll be pleasantly surprised. We won't send you off tomorrow. Everything will be done in a low-key manner. Therefore, I'll give you a piece of advice in advance. You should take care of yourself." Zi Chen could feel Ling Xing's concern for him. He thanked him repeatedly and then personally walked Ling Xing to the door. After he returned to his room, he took out his long saber and released his spiritual senses. The black saber had been refined once more and had almost no impurities. It had merged with the weapon spirit, so it needed Zi Chen to recognize it as its master again. However, because it was already in the state of recognizing its master, it would not take too much time. There were even more array patterns on the saber. Furthermore, they looked like natural patterns that made the black saber stronger and sharper. Zi Chen had a feeling that if this saber slashed at him, it would definitely break through his defense. Zi Chen tried to move the weapon soles inside to see if there was anything different about them. A beastly roar came from within the blade, and the black blade began to emit light. A soldier's spirit appeared on the blade. This was a very strange beast. Its mouth was very sharp, and its body was curved like a crescent moon. It looked like the pangolin of the Martial Heaven continent, but it also looked like a very irregular large blade. As soon as the soldier spirit appeared on the blade, it immediately transformed into the shape of a blade. It was like another black blade, and then it merged back into the blade. As the soldier spirit merged back into the black blade, the aura on the black blade became even more violent. Zichen had not yet channeled his energy into the black blade, but the entire black blade had already become extremely terrifying. The black light that it released contained bursts of coldness that actually stung Zichen's skin. As expected of the work of a Grandmaster Realm expert, the black blade had already become the pinnacle of weapons in his hands. It was second only to the domain weapon that Zichen could not use. Retracting his spiritual senses, the aura on the blade disappeared, and the soldier spirit turned into a beast shadow and merged back into the black blade. Looking at this very strange soldier spirit, Zichen suddenly thought of something. He thought to himself, could this be the blade Golden-Eyed Beast Soul? The blade Golden-Eyed Beast was a very strange war beast in the Martial Heaven continent. Although it was not a high-level life form, it was definitely a rare species. It was shaped like a large blade, and its final attack form was a sky-piercing blade. Its combat strength was astonishing. And this kind of rare war beast was also the favorite of some weaponsmiths. This was because the offensive weapons refined from them could be several times more powerful. If it was given to someone who used a blade, the weapon would be even more powerful. However, this kind of war beast was rarely encountered, and even if it was encountered, it would be very difficult to kill it. If Zichen's guess was correct, and this was indeed the blade Golden-Eyed Beast Soldier Spirit, then the value of this soldier spirit alone would be over 100 million. And the black blade in his hand was already at the pinnacle of spirit weapons in terms of quality. It could totally be auctioned off in an auction house. Its value would not be lower than 1 billion. The cauldron spirit, who rarely appeared, also appeared in a flash after sensing the changes in the black blade. He looked at the black blade in Zichen's hand and clicked his tongue in wonder. He said, "A very good weapon. It should be enough for the current you." "Is this really the blade Golden-Eyed Beast Soldier Spirit?" asked Zichen. "It is definitely the blade Golden-Eyed Beast. It should be a late corporeal realm blade Golden-Eyed Beast. This is an extremely rare item. Furthermore, the black blade itself has been refined and added with materials from the blade Golden-Eyed Beast, making it even easier for it to perfectly fuse with the soldier spirit." The cauldron spirit had a very high opinion of the black blade. After hearing the cauldron spirit's explanation, Zichen's understanding of the black blade deepened. He also liked this black blade even more. He was originally a wielder of the blade and could kill with a single strike. Now that he had fused with the soldier spirit, his combat strength had become even stronger. With this blade, Zichen wouldn't even need to be injured if he were to be surrounded by late corporeal realm experts again. Immediately after, Zichen began to examine the defensive armor. The surface of the armor was engraved with defensive formations that could neutralize energy layer by layer. The defensive formations were closely linked to each other. The workmanship of the formations was very precise, not to mention the soldier spirit within. Just these defensive formations alone could withstand the attacks of some late corporeal realm experts. Furthermore, Zichen discovered that the defensive formations even had a rebounding effect. This was an extremely rare item among defensive armors. Although the rebounding effect was very rare, Zichen speculated that the surprise that Xing was talking about must be the soldier spirit within the armor. The craftsmanship of the armor was also extraordinary. After obtaining the blade Golden-Eyed Beast Soldier Spirit, Zichen became even more expectant of the soldier spirit within the armor. In the next moment, he sensed the soldier spirit with his spiritual senses and released it. The soldier spirit was also a type of beast soul. It was a miniature beast that looked like a round and chubby pony. As soon as it appeared, it transformed into a shield. At the center of the shield was a resplendent speck of light. The shield protected Zichen's entire body, while the speck of light protected Zi Chen's chest like a breastplate. This is... After seeing the image of the shield, Zi Chen's expression immediately changed. This is the Scale Shield Flame Stallion. It is also a very peculiar type of war beast. It possesses super strong defense that even surpasses that of some turtle-type war beasts. If the Blade Golden-Eyed Beast is the best among offensive war beasts, then the Scale Shield Flame Stallion is the best among defensive war beasts. You've struck gold this time. Ling Xing sighed. Indeed, just these two weapons alone are likely worth more than several billion. Zi Chen withdrew the soldier spirit and clicked his tongue in wonder. You are wrong. If these two items were sold individually, they would be worth several billion. But if they were sold together, they would definitely be worth more than 10 billion. Cauldron's spirit said, They are that valuable. Zi Chen appeared to be very surprised. Cauldron's spirit smiled and said, You probably don't know this, but every time the Blade Golden-Eyed Beast appears, the Scale Shield Flame Stallion will appear as well. The two are not mortal enemies. Instead, they are like existences that rely on each other. The reason why the Blade Golden-Eyed Beast is so hard to kill is because of the Scale Shield Flame Stallion. Similarly, the Scale Shield Flame Stallion has a strong defense, but weak attack. It is also very hard to capture because of the Blade Golden-Eyed Beast. When you use two soldier spirits at the same time, you will naturally sense something in your heart. This feeling is almost perfect for both offense and defense. After listening to Cauldron's spirit's explanation, Zi Chen finally understood what Ling Xing meant by surprise. It was no wonder that Ling Xing accepted Zi Chen's gratitude so calmly. Hunter's Castle must have paid a heavy price for these two items. Zi Chen spent the next day refining the two weapons. The black blade was easy to refine, but the battle armor required a long time to refine. The next day, which was also the 10th day, the party of 5 gathered in a secret room in the castle. Zi Chen was the latest to arrive. When he arrived, the other 4 had already arrived. When they saw Zi Chen enter, their gazes simultaneously fell on Zi Chen. Zi Chen, it's you! Shang Guanhong appeared to be very surprised to see Zi Chen. As for the other 3 people, they obviously recognized Zi Chen as well, and their expressions when they looked at him became strange. Among the 3, one was a big guy who looked like a big bear. His body was filled with extremely domineering energy. He was a person who did not know how to restrain himself. He was overbearing and flamboyant. One could tell at a glance what he was good at. The last one wore an extremely large black robe and a mask on his face, revealing only his eyes. This person did not emit any aura. It was impossible to tell that he was a cultivator. He looked very mysterious. The last one was an evil-looking youth with vertical pupils. He was Wu Xia. Why did they send you? Shang Guanhong asked in surprise while the 3 were sizing up Zi Chen. His reputation has spread throughout Huping City. This mission is very special. Who else would they send if not him? An evil voice sounded. This was the first time Zi Chen had heard Wu Xia speak. In terms of evil incarnations, Shang Guanyu, Er's older brother, was far from being comparable to Wu Xia. He was an acquired evil incarnation, but Wu Xia was an innate evil incarnation. Zi Chen glanced at the other party. The latter smiled at him. Zi Chen felt very uncomfortable with that smile. Hey, you're Zi Chen. I'm Manshur. I've heard of you and seen your image. You're very strong, Manshur said. Just like his flamboyant body, his voice was very loud. However, there was no malice in it. Nice to meet you. Zi Chen nodded at Manshur. After that, he looked at the last person, Dongqing. The latter only nodded and did not speak. Shang Guanhong pulled Zi Chen to the side. The 2 of them were discussing something in a low voice. Wu Xia's eyes flashed with an evil, cold light. Chapter 1276. The purple-robed man was none other than Huan Long. He had successfully attracted everyone's attention the moment he entered. Huan Long looked very young, but one could clearly sense his realm through the aura around him and the ripples of space around him. Late corporeal realm. Everyone present was a very special existence, but none of them could sense any abnormalities from Huan Long. Of course, Huan Long's natural admiration for Shangguan Hong could be sensed without any perception. Only Ziqin felt that there was something wrong with Huan Long. It was a little strange. Everyone is here, right? Huan Long glanced at everyone before his gaze finally landed on Ziqin. He said, "You're Ziqin. I've seen your battle footage. Although your realm is the lowest here, your combat strength is undoubtedly the strongest. I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you in the end for this mission." As he spoke, Huan Long bowed deeply to Ziqin and said, "Please." Ziqin looked at Huan Long. He did not speak, but his calm expression suddenly turned cold. Huan Long was a customer. Logically speaking, Ziqin should be happy to receive a customer's praise. However, he was not happy. In fact, he was even a little angry. Praising a single person in front of a group of heaven's prides was a deliberate move against him. Although he did not know what the others were thinking, Ziqin could clearly feel Wu Xie's unfriendly gaze. "All right, let's go." Huan Long smiled at Ziqin, then glanced at Shangguan Hong before turning to walk out the door. Before leaving the room, Ziqin and Shangguan Hong had already changed their appearances. The mission of the hunter's castle this time was obviously a secret. It was worth mentioning that Shangguan Hong had prepared a communication pearl for Ziqin. She had also left all 5 messages behind, except for Huan Long's. The group of 6 left Huping City in a very low-key manner. No one knew the strength of this group. Several miles away, the group stepped onto the flying boat that Huan Long had prepared and left. "There's still a long way to go. Everyone can rest as you wish." A blue light barrier appeared on the surface of the flying ship. Huan Long turned around and said to the 5 of them. Ziqin and Shangguan Hong's appearances changed back. He looked at Huan Long and asked, "I want to know our destination." This time, Ziqin was the first to speak. Naturally, he attracted the attention of others, and there were even more dissatisfied gazes directed at him. Because they had been targeted earlier, Ziqin was the first to speak, which gave people the feeling that he was the boss. Huan Long looked at Ziqin with a meaningful expression. He didn't know that Ziqin was cursing Huan Long in his heart, but he was also cursing his stupid companions at the same time. The reason why they didn't speak was because they were too confident, but Ziqin had lived for thousands of years and had wandered between life and death many times. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't be careless about anything, not to mention that this was the Zhan Wu continent. He still had to find the thunder drop of life. Just by interacting with them for several miles, Ziqin knew that although these people were special existences and might kill without blinking an eye, they were definitely flowers in a greenhouse. They didn't have much experience in traveling. Perhaps Huan Long had grasped this point and deliberately targeted and encouraged him from the beginning. "When we arrive, Ziqin, you will naturally know," Huan Long said with a smile. "I still want to know where it is," Ziqin insisted. "What's the point of knowing where it is? Do you think you can leave halfway if you know it's a dangerous place?" A dissatisfied voice sounded. It was none other than Wu Xie. "It's indeed meaningless," Man Sure also spoke. The masked, black-robed man didn't speak. Shangguan Hong glanced at the two and also didn't speak. Huan Long turned to look at Wu Xie and smiled. "You're Wu Xie. I know you. You have an immortal body. You're really amazing." Wu Xie naturally had a smug look on his face. He nodded at Huan Long, then looked back at Ziqin and said, "I've also seen the video of your slaughter. Don't think that you're really invincible. There are still many special existences in this world." Ziqin glanced at Wu Xie, but didn't speak. Instead, he walked to a corner of the flying ship and sat down cross-legged. He chose to remain silent. In truth, he was already disappointed in his companions. Lord Wu's final words about believing in themselves at critical moments were probably because he had already guessed that they were inexperienced. In fact, Zi-Chen's guess was correct. Just before they left, except for Zi-Chen, all four of them received the same message. The content of this message was that they needed to listen to Zi-Chen's opinion at critical moments. And this was precisely the reason why everyone was unhappy. You seem a little off today. You're in a bad mood. Zi-Chen's message rang. When he took it out, Zi-Chen saw the content. It was from Shang Guanhong. I'm fine. There's no problem, Zi-Chen replied. Fine? Then why are you so cold and ungrateful when Huanlong praised you? He wasn't praising me. He was trying to harm me. My combat strength isn't the strongest here. He's trying to drive a wedge between us. But you are. No one here has this kind of ability at your level. Even Wu Xie is said to have awakened his immortal body when he broke through to the corporeal realm. After a simple exchange, Zi-Chen knew that Shang Guanhong was inexperienced. She might not be careless when it came to killing people, but experience wasn't something that could be gained by killing people. It was more about experience. These people were born with a very high realm because of the environment of the Jianwu continent. They could reach the Earth realm without much effort. Before reaching the Earth realm, they had almost no experience going out to gain experience. After reaching the Earth realm, they could only go out once or twice before continuing to cultivate until they broke through to the corporeal realm. It was almost impossible to convince someone of their point of view, unless that person trusted you very much. Zi-Chen didn't know how to explain it to Shang Guanhong. He thought for a moment and replied, Be careful of Huanlong, remember. This is a secret between you and me. This time, Shang Guanhong took a long time to reply. There were only 2 words, okay. However, Zi-Chen could clearly see that Shang Guanhong's ears were a little red as she lowered her head. Silence followed. Zi-Chen didn't send any more messages. Instead, he closed his eyes and refined the defensive armor. Since the journey was long, Zi-Chen had enough time. The silent atmosphere was soon broken. Shang Guanhong sat on the deck, hugging her knees, and looked outside. Huanlong walked over and asked with a smile, Can I sit here? Shang Guanhong nodded. You look like you have something on your mind, Huanlong said. Shang Guanhong shook her head. Wu Xie stood in the distance and looked at the 2 people on the deck. His expression became uncomfortable. The big man, Manshur, was expressionless. The black-robed man seemed to be dozing off. It's fate that we can meet in this vast and boundless world. Come, let's have a good chat. Huanlong gestured for everyone to come over. Wu Xie didn't want to see the 2 together and walked over. The big man thought for a moment and seemed to feel that since everyone was together, there was indeed a need to talk. The black-robed man opened his eyes and walked to the other side of the deck. Zi-Chen was still refining the armor. Ignore him, Wu Xie said coldly. Afterwards, Huanlong chuckled and began to chat with everyone. He told them about strange stories and even a joke or 2 from time to time. The atmosphere quickly became cheerful. Everyone laughed from time to time. Naturally, their relationship became closer as they laughed and chatted. Although Zi-Chen was refining the armor, he left a portion of his consciousness outside. He didn't understand what Huanlong was trying to do. Some people are born this way. They like crowds. Cauldron Spirit's voice sounded in Zi-Chen's mind. It's true that they like crowds, but this is the Jianwu continent. They should be vigilant. Why isn't Huanlong vigilant? Zi-Chen was puzzled. Perhaps they are all the same. They think they are strong or inexperienced, Cauldron Spirit said. I hope so. However, I keep feeling that Huanlong is a little strange, but I can't put my finger on it. Maybe it's just your imagination. Let's refine the armor first. If something really goes wrong, the armor will give us a chance of survival. This time, Zi-Chen put all his attention into refining the armor. His refining speed was even faster than before. Meanwhile, Shang Guanhong, who was chatting at the front, would occasionally turn her head to look at Ziqin. Her absent-mindedness made Wu Xie jealous and Huanlong unhappy. Throughout the journey, Huanlong did not say anything bad about anyone. However, he had unknowingly alienated the group from Ziqin. Wu Xie's behavior was even worse. Man Shi would also say a few words from time to time while the black-robed man remained silent. As for Shang Guanhong, she had some understanding of Ziqin, so she didn't have any prejudice against him. However, she was a little dissatisfied that Ziqin didn't reply after so many messages she had sent him. Time flew by. Soon, another 10 days had passed, although there was still a long way to go before they reached their destination. Shang Guanhong seemed to have vaguely guessed their destination. All of a sudden, a dazzling light appeared in front of the airboat. It was as though a bolt of lightning was approaching from afar. Enemy attack! As the dazzling light neared, it transformed into a stream of blade light. It was extremely powerful, and Manshur's shout rang out in the next instant. Boom! The blade aura landed on the airboat, and a powerful force spread out. The airboat's light barrier shook a few times before suddenly dissipating. The airboat did not explode, but the group's figures were revealed. At the same time, many figures flew over from the horizon. Every figure was a person. There were dozens of them. Their auras were all at the corporeal stage. You're courting death. Manshur let out a furious roar as he dashed toward the glowing figure. His body was filled with a tyrannical aura. His fist was like a giant hammer as it smashed towards a late corporeal stage expert. Boom! The space shook under the punch. A late corporeal stage expert's defenses were broken. The fist aura then hit his head and exploded with a loud bang. A late corporeal stage expert exploded with a single punch. Such a scene also caused the surrounding people to jump in fright. Their bodies suddenly stiffened. Then they turned and ran. Man sure chased after them for several miles. His fist was even more terrifying than a real weapon. It could even smash a real weapon to pieces. The others on the airboat watched in silence. Chapter 1277. Man sure returned, and the airship set sail again. Scenes like today's were repeated over and over again for the next few days. Man sure alone could take care of everyone. These people were all bandits. In the Zhanwu continent, some people with unique or strange thoughts who did not want to abide by the law and did not want to live a down-to-earth life would choose to occupy a mountain and become bandits. These people lived a freer life, but the degree of danger was not small. Usually, they killed people like flies, but if they encountered some existence they should not provoke, they would be killed like flies. Every time Man sure killed happily. Obviously, he was also a bloodthirsty person. In Ziqin's armor, the mini version of the scale shield flame, Foal emitted flames. Ziqin's spiritual senses tried to enter the center of the flame Foal. After half a month, Ziqin finally succeeded. The entire scale shield flame Foal had Ziqin's aura. Ziqin successfully refined it. Now, the scale shield flame Foal would move according to Ziqin's will. However, to fully mobilize it, Ziqin needed the reality power in his thunder wings. You're still cultivating. Cultivation is not over yet. Are you pretending to be cultivating? You're using cultivation as an excuse to deliberately not talk to them, right? This path is a little familiar. I might be able to guess where we're going. Are you looking at me when you speak? I know where our destination is. Hey, are you looking at me or not? When Ziqin opened his eyes again, he saw many messages on the communication bead. There were dozens of messages in total. Among them, there was no lack of emotional messages from Shang Guanhong. As soon as Ziqin opened his eyes, there was new content in the transmission. Your cultivation is over. Where are we going? Ziqin asked. I sent you so many messages, and this is your answer? Shang Guanhong was very dissatisfied. Sorry, I was wholeheartedly refining a defensive armor and did not see the messages, Zichen explained. All right, I'll take it that you didn't do it on purpose. Along the way, I think our destination might be the Hengduan mountain range. Shang Guanhong transmitted, The Hengduan mountain range? Are you kidding me? The Hengduan mountain range is very mysterious. Very few people can pass through it. There are layers of formations there, and they are all natural. It is normal for there to be thunder, droplets of life. Impossible. There are definitely no lightning droplets of life there. Why? That's because the lightning droplet of life only exists in the void. It's also called the teardrop of life. However, it also has another ancient name, the void teardrop. Void teardrop. That's right. It means tears shed in the void. A very strange name, a very strange meaning. Aren't you not familiar with the Jianwu continent? How did you know? I read books. There's such a thing in the ancient books of Hunter's Castle. Why haven't I seen it before? Now is not the time to talk about this. You should ask about our purpose this time. Why me? Because he treats you well. The main reason is that no one has any ill intentions towards you. Zichen thought for a moment before sending a message. All right then, I'll help you ask. Shang Guanhong paused for a moment before walking towards Huanlong, who was not far away. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to approach him. There were only a few people on the flying boat. Shang Guanhong's actions successfully attracted everyone's attention. Sister Shangguan, is there something you need? Huanlong asked when he saw Shang Guanhong approaching. He had been addressing her as such for the past few days. I've been through this path once. It seems to lead to the Hengduan mountain range. Is that our destination this time? Shang Guanhong asked. Huanlong nodded and said, That's right. Our destination this time is the Hengduan mountain range. However, it's not the periphery but the interior. Shang Guanhong nodded as well. Then she smiled faintly and said, The Hengduan mountain range is full of dangers. There are all kinds of natural formations that can trap even domain realm experts. However, there are also many mysterious things in the mountain range. How can you be sure that there are thunder droplets of life inside? Shang Guanhong's straightforward question stunned Huanlong slightly. Then he discreetly glanced at Zichen and found that the latter was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating. He paused for a moment before saying, To be honest, I'm not sure if there are thunder droplets of life inside this time. What? You're not sure either? Shang Guanhong exclaimed. Then she realized that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Noticing the situation, the others also walked over and inquired about the situation. Only Zichen remained in the distance. I've never been so close to Huanlong. This is definitely considered sacrificing my body, so you'll have to compensate me later. Seeing Shang Guanhong's straightforward message, Zichen chose to ignore it and pretended that he didn't see it. I'm not sure about this matter, but for some unspeakable reason, I obtained a map. According to the map, it is said that we can pass through the Hengduan mountain range and reach a secret place. There are thunder droplets of life there. As if he felt that this wasn't enough to convince them, Huanlong added, Oh right, when I found this map, I also found the withered void tree. Everyone nodded. Shang Guanhong sent the map to Zichen without missing a word. After chatting for a while, Shang Guanhong took the initiative to leave. I'm sure that the Hengduan mountain range doesn't have thunder droplets of life. Huanlong was lying to us. He said that he wasn't sure, but the map recorded it. Whether or not there are thunder droplets of life, we'll still go, won't we? All right, we'll definitely go, but we have to be careful. Seeing that he couldn't convince Shang Guanhong, Zichen could only remind her to be careful. As for Zichen, he was even more wary of Huanlong. He usually used cultivation to pass the time and never chatted with the others. The advantage of this was that Zichen was successfully ignored by the others. Naturally, no one would pay attention to him. A few more days passed. They were still 1,000 miles away from the periphery of the Hungduan mountain range. Huanlong put away the flying boat and said, "We'll have to walk the next 1,000 miles by ourselves." The battle beasts in the Hungduan mountain range were very terrifying. Naturally, the cultivators who came here to train were very strong. Bandits often appeared in the periphery of the Hungduan mountain range, so they had to walk by themselves. Everyone present was a powerhouse. Zichen's massacre was obvious to all. A mere 1,000 miles of bandits naturally couldn't stop them. The group of 6 began to charge forward. Man Shi and Wu Xie took the lead while Zichen brought up the rear. Huanlong was the only late-stage corporeal realm cultivator in the group. Therefore, this group naturally attracted the attention of many bandits at first. In fact, from the moment the 6 of them landed, they had been targeted by many forces. The fact that they could successfully reach the Hungduan mountain range proved that each group was very strong. Therefore, these bandits were vigilant at first. However, when they saw that there were only 6 people in this group, their vigilance was greatly reduced. They rushed forward almost without thinking. Kill! Battle cries rang out from all directions. Figures rushed out from the dense forest one after another. They held solid weapons and charged towards Wu Xie and Man Shi, who were in the lead. Scram! Man Shi roared and punched out. A mid-stage corporeal realm cultivator exploded along with his weapon. Wu Xie's vertical pupils also shot out a cold light. The cold light hit a late-stage corporeal realm cultivator and killed him in one blow. Shangguanhong, the black-robed man, and Huanlong didn't make a move. Just the 2 of them were enough to intimidate most of the cultivators present. However, there were still some cultivators who attacked. This time, however, several of them were targeting Zichen. The black blade appeared in Zichen's hand. Zichen held the blade and slashed forward. A stream of blade light flashed, and 2 heads flew high into the air. Killing was that simple, before the others could rush forward, for people had already died. 3 of them were late-stage corporeal realm cultivators, and 1 mid-stage corporeal realm cultivator had his weapon and body destroyed. The others didn't dare to step forward. They only watched in horror as the group left. What a terrifying group! For the next 1,000 miles, cultivators continuously came forward to stop them. However, there was no doubt that only death awaited them. In the end, no one dared to find trouble with this group. The group of 6 smoothly entered the dense forest. Then, Huanlong took out a map and pointed them in the right direction. After a few miles, they heard the angry roars of battle beasts. They also found some bloodstains along the way. We've reached the area where battle beasts roam. Everyone be careful. Man Shi kindly reminded them. This big guy was currently walking in front. It was worth mentioning that Wu Xie had retreated from the front to the middle. The original black-robed man walked in front. Zichen was still walking at the back. He held the long blade in his hand tightly and was in a state of alert. However, the lightning wings on his back were not unfolded. There was no danger in the periphery of the Hungduan mountain range. Therefore, everyone was mainly thinking about the dangers ahead. After a few more miles, the black-robed man walked in front and led the way. He was still silent, but the danger was minimized. The group walked for dozens of miles. During this time, they heard the roars of beasts, but they didn't see a single battle beast. This was something that even Shangguanhong couldn't do. Apart from Huanlong, the others also became curious about the black-robed man's identity. Roar! After another dozens of miles, the group encountered their first battle beast. Perhaps it was bad luck, but the first battle beast they encountered was actually a mid-stage spirit realm one. This was a mutated battle beast with barbs all over its body. It looked like an ape, but it also looked like some kind of animal. Its battle strength was comparable to an ordinary late-stage spirit realm battle beast. Be careful. This is the polar spike ape. Its battle strength is very strong. Shang Guanhong whispered the name of this strange beast. The black-robed man looked at the spike ape indifferently and then took 2 steps back. Just as he retreated, the space in front of him fluctuated. Then a pitch-black hole appeared. The hole was a passage, and in the next moment a beast drilled out of the passage. It was a ferocious-looking leopard. The moment it appeared, it rushed toward the spike ape. Then the two began to fight. The passage didn't disappear. Then a second and third battle beast appeared. He's a beast tamer. Chapter 1278. Beast tamers were unique to the Zhan Wu continent. Their main purpose was to train beasts that were unable to transform into human form. 3 beasts rushed out of the black hole, all of them at the middle stage of the spirit stage. The 3 beasts were enormous in size, but they did not have any advantage over the thorny ape. Pfft! A sharp barb pierced through the head of one of the beasts, killing it with a whimper. Uft! Uft! Immediately after, the thorny ape displayed its might and killed the other 2 beasts. The 3 beasts died in the blink of an eye. The spiky ape had killed them cleanly and did not suffer any injuries. It was enough to show the strength of the mutated beasts. Seeing this, Zi-chan wanted to go forward and help, but was stopped by Shang Guanhong. The others also did not move. Beast tamers had tamed many beasts. Only 3 beasts had been released, which meant that the beast tamer had reached the limit of the number of beasts he could control. If he wanted to tame more beasts, he would need to kill a few more. Sure enough, after the 3 beasts had died, 6 more quickly rushed out. They were all at the middle stage of the corporeal realm and were all ordinary beasts. The thorny ape was in the middle of a killing spree. When it saw the 6 beasts appear again, it roared and charged forward. The group stood in the distance, quietly watching the battle between the beasts. The black-robed man suddenly took a step forward as a mysterious power surged from his body. This power rippled towards the thorny ape. This power enveloped the thorny ape, causing its expression to immediately change. It became very uneasy and panicked, as if it was under some kind of enormous pressure, causing its speed and battle power to plummet. The group of beasts swarmed forward, and the thorny ape was soon on the verge of death. The thorny ape fell to the ground as the group of beasts parted. The black-robed man walked in front of the thorny ape and knelt down on one knee. He stroked the ape's forehead with one hand, and streams of light flowed through his fingers into the ape's body. The thorny ape's injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Its malevolent expression gradually turned gentle, and its hostility towards the black-robed man greatly decreased. The black-robed man withdrew his hand when its injuries were about 60% healed. The thorny ape's gaze towards the black-robed man had already become respectful and pious. So this is a beast tamer's technique. Zi-chan suddenly recalled the soul seed technique that Longhu had imparted to him when he saw the black-robed man's technique. Although there were some differences between the two, there was not much of a difference. The black-robed man seemed to be healing the thorn ape, but in reality he had already injected a trace of his soul power into the thorn ape's mind, forcing it to recognize him as its master. This is the toughest method, but it's also the fastest method. Actually, beast tamers have a lot of gentler methods, but they're obviously not applicable here, Shang Guanhong explained to Zi-chan in a low voice. Although the thorn ape had recognized its master, it was still injured. It entered the void passage to recover from its injuries. As for the 3 corpses on the ground, the black-robed man personally stepped forward and began to personally deal with them. This method of disposal was relatively simple. It was to take away some useful things. His hand, which was holding the dagger, was exposed from under the black robe. It was very pale, and there was almost no trace of blood in it. His methods made Zi-chan raise his eyebrows slightly, a look of displeasure on his face. After all, these beasts had fought for him, and had been nurtured for such a long time. Although they were dead now, they were still considered to be on his side. But now the black-robed man was actually dissecting these beasts' corpses. However, looking at the other people's expressions, it seemed to be a matter of course, and there was no abnormality on their faces. "Isn't this cruel?" Zi Qin transmitted to Shang Guanhong. "Cruel?" Shang Guanhong was very puzzled. The beasts died for him, but he's dissecting them. "Isn't this cruel?" Zi Qin transmitted again. This time, Shang Guanhong did not reply. Instead, she turned her head to look at Zi Qin carefully and seriously. Her expression slowly became very strange. Then a smile appeared on her face. Zi Qin looked at her doubtfully, as if asking if there was something on his face. "Zi Qin, you're really cute," Shang Guanhong replied, but the content was something Zi Qin could not understand. "Cute?" "Yes, you're too cute. I realized. I'm starting to like you." Shang Guanhong transmitted again. Perhaps she would only be so impudent and straightforward when transmitting a message. "How am I cute?" Zi Qin ignored the latter part of her sentence. "I don't know how many people have died at your hands in the past, but since we've known each other, you've killed hundreds of people at the reality realm alone, and more than 20 spirit-level beasts. People like you are absolutely numb to killing and bloodthirsty by nature, but now you're saying that others are cruel. You should know that compared to you, I've only dissected 3 beasts. I'm afraid it's not even 100th of what you've done." Zi Qin thought for a moment, then transmitted seriously, "This is different. Although I kill people and beasts, I never attack my own people. Take the black eagle, for example. Since it follows me, it's my friend and one of us. If it dies, not only will I not dissect it, I will also avenge it. Sometimes you're extremely vicious, and sometimes you're extremely soft-hearted. Hee hee. That's why I say you're cruel and cute. I like you very much. Why don't you agree?" Shang Guanhong transmitted. Zi Qin decided to remain silent and did not respond. At this moment, he began to reflect because, among the 6 of them, he was the only one who had such thoughts. It sounded very different and strange. He had killed many people, even more than all of them combined, but now he was saying that others were cruel. Why? Zi Qin was asking rhetorically and reflecting on himself. After repeated questioning and reflection, Zi Qin finally came to a conclusion. Because of his own heart, because of his own principles. If such a thing happened to him, he would never do such a thing, even if he would be mocked for being weak. Even if Shang Guanhong agreed with this statement, Zi Qin still felt that this was wrong. He would not criticize others, but he would warn himself. This was his own heart that he had always adhered to along the way. It had nothing to do with right or wrong. After dissecting the 3 beasts, the group continued on their way. Next, whenever a beast appeared, the black-robed man would deal with it. Huan Long was looking at the map along the way. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he closed his eyes and pondered. He looked very busy. After traveling for another 5 days, Huan Long took over the command and began to guide the group forward. For the rest of the journey, the frequency of encountering beasts naturally increased. There were many mutated beasts, and their strength ranged from mid-stage to late-stage spirit rank. Except for Zi Qin, the others began to attack one after another. Not letting Zi Qin attack was not deliberately excluding him, but Zi Qin did not care about the severity of his attacks. There was only life and death. Obviously, their beast tamer needed these beasts. He needed them alive. This time, after traveling for more than 10 days, there were more than 10 battles, big and small. In the end, Zi Qin had no choice but to kill. It had to be said that the way he killed one by one was indeed very shocking and frightening at close range. In these few days, because they had encountered too many beasts, Zi Qin released the black eagle to be on guard. In a dense forest, the group sat on the ground. "Everyone, according to the map, we are about to pass through the Hengduan mountain range. I'm afraid the danger will be greater, so everyone should be careful. Huan Long said after closing the map. Everyone nodded. Man Shi, who had consumed a lot of energy, was resting against a tree trunk. After the battle, just now, everyone was exhausted. Zichen's body was stained with blood. He glanced at Huan Long and said, "Can you show me the map?" "No problem." Huan Long handed the map to Zichen. The map looked very simple and old. The material was very unique, as if it had existed for a long time. The moment the map entered his hand, Zichen felt a sense of majesty from it. Zichen glanced at the map. His expression did not change much. He looked at the map and asked, "What material is this? It's so strange." With that, Zichen threw the map to Huan Long. No one knew that Zichen's heart was beating violently at this moment. He could only use words to hide his feelings. Zichen had long been able to hide his emotions. Huan Long did not notice his deliberate concealment. He looked at Zichen with admiration and said, "Good eyesight. You can tell at a glance that this material is extraordinary." "What material is this?" The others were also very curious. Huan Long handed the map to the others so that they could take turns to look at it. He then looked at Zichen and explained, "This map has an extraordinary origin. It was obtained from some records left behind by my ancestors, and after paying a great price, I managed to obtain it. If the records are correct, then this map is made from dragon skin." "What? Dragon skin?" Everyone was shocked. No matter which world a dragon was in, it was an extremely powerful creature. "That's right. If you remove the dragon scales and draw the map on it, it will never disappear. The majesty on this map is dragon might." This greatly increased the credibility of the map recorded on the dragon hide. However, Zichen's suspicion of Huan Long also grew even stronger. This was because the moment he saw the map, he found something familiar. He was very familiar with this map. Although it was his first time seeing it, more than 60% of the records on it were familiar to Zichen. This map was 60% similar to the map of the outer perimeter formed after the jade pieces were merged. The only difference was that the final entry point was different. Zichen guessed that the former was less dangerous and the latter was more dangerous. However, the latter's route was more direct. It was almost a straight line. Zichen did not know why this was the case. However, when he first saw Huan Long, he felt that he was very strange. Coupled with the fact that the map was 60% similar, he was naturally wary of Huan Long. Of course, this might just be a coincidence. A few days later, the group stepped into an array formation. This was according to the map's description. Once they passed through this formation, they would be considered to have passed through the depths of the Hengduan mountain range. This formation was filled with an extremely tyrannical aura. After sensing this aura, everyone could not help but shiver. Chapter 1279. Cracking sounds kept coming out, and a crack spread from the foot of the mountain to the top. Then the crack became bigger, and huge rocks rolled down the mountain. "It's a mountain spirit. Everyone be careful." Man Shi was the first to shout, and the energy around him started to surge. The violent energy made people's hearts tremble. Everyone had a bad feeling, and they all formed a protective light shield around their bodies. Boom! The mountain in front of them exploded, and rocks of all sizes shot out in all directions like cannonballs. The 6 people in the field bore the brunt of the impact, and they were hit by many rocks. The power was not enough to break through their defense, but the impact was so strong that they kept retreating. They retreated a few hundred meters. When the rocks disappeared, a huge creature appeared in front of them. This was a giant that was over 300 meters tall. His entire body seemed to be made of stone. His body was filled with a powerful battle strength. His eyes were gray and had no pupils. At this moment, he was indifferently scanning the 6 people. The peak of the spirit level. "It's only 1 step away from the king level." Shang Guanhong exclaimed after sensing its level. "It's a mountain spirit. It's a kind of mountain spirit. Its combat power is even stronger than a xenogeneic battle beast. We're in trouble, Man sure frowned. Humph, it doesn't matter if it's trouble or not. We have to kill it and break through. Wu Xia snorted and looked forward coldly. At that moment, everyone was looking at the mountain spirit, but Zi Chen was looking at Huanlong. The mountain spirit's appearance surprised him, but he was not shocked. He was not surprised that the mountain spirit was still alive, and it looked like he was faking it. Zi Chen guessed that he already knew there was a mountain spirit here. Trespassers will die. Just as they were discussing how to kill the mountain spirit, they heard a loud roar in front of them. Then, endless murderous intent filled the area. It's only a spirit level. How can it talk? Man sure was shocked. He felt that something was wrong. There are many strange things in this world. A mountain spirit can talk. So what? Wu Xia snorted disdainfully and rushed toward the mountain spirit. Be careful, it. Man sure seemed to know something and wanted to warn him, but it was obviously too late. Wu Xia had already rushed out. In the blink of an eye, Wu Xia was only a few hundred meters away. However, before he could make a move, the mountain spirit's attack had already arrived. Its first attack was not purely a physical attack. If that was the case, Wu Xia was confident that he could dodge it. The mountain spirit's first attack was a ray of light that came from its heart. This light was very dazzling, but there was no terrifying aura circulating around it. It was like an ordinary dazzling light. Humph! Wu Xia coldly snorted, his body also releasing a dazzling light. Then he clenched his fists and punched forward. Boom! The two dazzling lights collided and then exploded. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Even Zi Chen's expression changed completely. His gaze was fixed on where Wu Xia had been standing, but now there was nothing left. Wu Xia's entire body had been smashed into smithereens. Seeing Wu Xia's body explode, everyone's faces were filled with shock. This time, even Huanlong was no exception. Ha! The mountain spirit laughed proudly. Wu Xia's exploded body seemed to have some kind of connection. Suddenly, it merged back together again. Then, another ray of light was released, and Wu Xia's figure appeared. With the immortal body, he obviously could not die. However, at this moment, his face was pale. It was obvious that he was frightened. While Zi Chen and the others were encountering the mountain spirit, in the distant hunter's castle of Huping City, a series of urgent knocks came from outside Lord Wu's room. What is it? Lord Wu's indifferent voice came from inside the room. The news has come back. There's a problem with the Tianfu hunting order. A voice came from outside the door. What? There is a problem? Lord Wu, who was sitting beside the desk, raised his head and looked at the door. The door opened, and a late-stage corporeal realm expert came in with a document in his hand. He said, "This is the news from Yanba Castle. There is a problem with Lord Chen Wei's Tianfu hunting order." What problem? It is fake. There is no Qin Wei. Lord Wu took the document and read it. The Tianfu hunting order is real. There is no problem with Lord Qin Wei. Yanba Castle can confirm that there is such a person, but he has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Also, the information from Yanba Castle shows that he does not have any descendants. The cause of his death is unknown. Lord Wu read the records. Yes, the cause of his death is unknown. However, there is some unverified information. It is said that he joined forces with many people to kill a very special existence. Looking at the records, Lord Wu frowned. After a while, he waved his hand and said, "Go and find all the information about the major events that happened near Huping City 70,000 years ago. It must be near the Hengduan mountain range." Yes, the person left. Wait, tell Ling Xing and the others to send a message to the senior hunters. Tell them to give up on the mission and return immediately. The appearance of the Tianfu hunting order was of great importance. the people of Huping City naturally had to go through some investigation. They thought it was just a symbolic thing, but they didn't expect that there would be a problem with the information they sent back. After a while, Ling Xing and the others arrived. As soon as they entered, Ling Xing asked, "What happened? Have you notified the people?" "No, we can't contact them." "Perhaps they have already entered a secret place." Ling Xing seemed anxious. "What happened? Why did they give up on the mission? Look at this." Lord Wu gestured for them to look at the document on the table. The three of them took turns to look at it. Ling Xing's face was full of disbelief. This is impossible. If he is not a descendant of the Tianfu hunting order, how can he activate the token? Ling Xing and Lord Wu were both there and saw Huan Long take out the token with their own eyes. Naturally, they had to examine it. They found that they had the same bloodline. Ming Zhu put down the document with an ugly expression. He said, "Perhaps the people of Hunter's Castle made a mistake. He really does have a descendant. The cause of his death is unknown. Even if he does have a descendant, it is impossible for it to fall into the hands of a descendant," the third manager, CMO, said. "If there really is a problem with Huan Long, then this matter is troublesome. After so many years, Huping City's Hunter's Castle only has these 5 people. If something happens to them, we will no longer have a chance to turn the tables." Ling Xing was very anxious and worried. Zi Qin and Shang Wanhong were his people and directly under his command. If something happened to them, he would naturally be heartbroken. Wu Xia was one of Ming Zhu's people. His expression was also ugly. As for Manshur and Dongqing, they were Lord Wu's people. Lord Wu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, everyone. Perhaps it is just a false alarm." Suddenly, someone knocked on the door again. The late-stage corporeal realm expert, who had left earlier, returned with a thick stack of files in his hands. "My lord, these are major events that happened 70,000 years ago. 15 of them are related to the Hengduan mountain range, and each of them involved the death of a domain realm expert." The late-stage corporeal realm expert placed the files on the table and left. The 4 of them began to look through the files. The so-called major events referred to the death of a domain realm expert. The death of a single domain realm expert was enough to be recorded in history. If a large number of domain realm experts died, it would be specially marked. If a cultivator with a Heaven's Sanctum hunting token died inexplicably, it was obvious that a large number of domain realm experts had died in that event. The 4 of them began to look through the files from the highest number of deaths to the lowest number. However, they did not find anything unusual. "Perhaps it is this," Ming Zhu suddenly said. Everyone looked at him. He pointed at the file and said, "According to this file, a corporeal realm expert heard an intense energy fluctuation when he was training in the Hengduan mountain range. The fluctuation seemed to have come from the other side of the mountain range. It is suspected that a domain realm expert died. This news has been confirmed many times. Also, someone heard the voice of a dragon. A dragon, a dragon." The 3 of them moved closer to the file. However, there were only a few pages in the file. The records were merely guesses. They had not seen it with their own eyes. "Go through everything that happened in Huping City during this time period and see if anything can happen," Lord Wu instructed. Soon, another large pile of files was placed in front of them. Then, a few more domain realm experts came to look through the files. The atmosphere was very quiet. Only the sound of pages being flipped could be heard. There were many files, and it was very troublesome to look through them in detail. After a full hour, one of the domain realm experts said, 40 years after that incident, the Shangguan family's patriarch, Shangguan Yinhong, was confirmed to have disappeared." "Why do you care about something that happened 40 years later?" Ling Xing was obviously very dissatisfied. The domain realm expert said, "He disappeared 40 years ago. It is very similar to that time period. It is certain that the Shangguan family's patriarch disappeared 40 years later. the Shangguan family's patriarch, Shangguan Yinhong. When Lord Wu heard this, he was stunned. Then he thought of something and said in a low voice, "The auction house is under the Shangguan family's control. Go and find the people from the Shangguan family, especially the person in charge of this auction. Hurry!" The Shangguan family was definitely considered a big family in Huping City. Not only did the family have the precious weapon pavilion, but they also had the largest auction house in Huping City. However, because it was difficult for powerhouses to give birth, there were very few direct descendants in the family. The manager of the precious weapon pavilion, Shangguan Hong, was a member of the Shangguan family. Therefore, she immediately told Ziqin that someone was auctioning the void tree. Also, go and find information about the missing domain realm experts from 70,000 years ago. See if there are many people, Lord Wu instructed again. The people from Hunter's Castle were very efficient. Soon, the people from the Shangguan family arrived. Apart from the person in charge, the current patriarch of the Shangguan family was also present. He was Shangguan Hong's father, Shangguan Mingxing. Did something happen to Hong? Shangguan Mingxing asked as soon as he arrived. Lord Wu did not answer right away. Instead, he asked, "When Huanlong went to your auction house to auction the void tree, did he use Shangguan Yinhong's token?" "Shangguan Yinhong is our patriarch." Shangguan Mingxing seemed a little dissatisfied. He was displeased that Lord Wu had addressed his patriarch by his full name. "No, he used the highest standard token in our auction house. Ever since the Shangguan family was established, only a few of these tokens have been issued," the person in charge of the auction said. "Is there a record of when this token was issued?" Lord Wu asked again. Chapter 1280. The Patriarch always carries a token with him. Yes, every patriarch carries such a token with him. This was a characteristic of merchants. Once they found someone they could befriend or someone extraordinary, they would give them a token to befriend them. However, tokens were also divided into different grades, and the highest grade tokens were rarely given out. For example, Shangguan Hong had given Ziqin a token in private, but it was not of the highest grade. The expressions of the few domain realm cultivators turned ugly when they heard the other party's words. The complicated matter became simple. Huanlong had 2 types of tokens in his hands, which should have been obtained from the 2 dead people. However, it was still a mystery how he had been able to reach the place where the 2 of them had died. If he had successfully entered the place where the 2 of them had died, he must have obtained other resources since he had taken out the token. Why did he have to go back? There was more than an 80% chance that Shangguan Yinhong and Chen Wei had died in the depths of the Hengduan mountain range. Since Huanlong had been there before, why would he bring Ziqin and the others to the Hengduan mountain range again? Could it be that he hadn't taken everything there? Putting aside how Huanlong had reached the depths of the Hengduan mountain range the first time, since he had dared to take out the token, it was obvious that he knew the use of the token. In other words, he must have known that Hunter's Castle would check the tokens and that there would be problems with them. However, since he had known, he had dared to continue deceiving them. If he had dared to deceive Hunter's Castle, he was either an idiot or had planned this beforehand. Regardless of which it was enough to prove that Ziqin and the others would not return alive after this matter was over. Just as everyone was frowning, another person came with the missing people's information. According to the information, many domain realm experts had gone missing 70,000 years ago, and the place where they had disappeared was almost certain to be the Hengduan mountain range. This matter had caused a huge commotion back then, but 70,000 years had passed, and any major incident would be lost in history. The reason Hunter's Castle still had this information was because it had not been 100,000 years. If it had been 100,000 years, it would have been much more difficult to find this information. Immortal body. The mountain spirit was very surprised when it saw the human's body explode, reassemble, and escape. The fact that a mountain spirit knew about the immortal body was even more surprising. Even though he had successfully retreated, Wu Xie's face was still frighteningly pale. This was the first time in his life that he had encountered such a powerful existence. Although his immortal body had saved him, he didn't want to experience the feeling of being beaten up again. Roar! Bestial roars resounded in this space. As soon as Wu Xie retreated, the black-robed man began to summon his battle beasts. The void in front of them split open, and battle beasts rushed out from the void tunnel towards the mountain spirit. Shang Guanhong also entered battle mode at this time. She wore a tight suit and a defensive armor on the outside. She soared into the sky and released a green light around her. Then she pointed at Shanling, and a green light landed on Shanling's body like a seed. In the next moment, the mountain spirit's body was dyed green. Then a dense pattern that looked like tree roots appeared on its body. These patterns started to glow, and a strong devouring force appeared. It was going to absorb its life force and turn it into a treant. However, before these patterns could devour the mountain spirit's life force, a bright light shone from its body. When the light touched the patterns, it burned like a flame and directly burned the tree root patterns. During this time, many battle beasts swarmed up and started to attack the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit's defense was very strong. Many attacks landed on its body, but they only left scratches on its body and some stone chips fell off. "You little guys, are you tickling me?" A low voice came from the mountain spirit's mouth. Then it kicked the battle beasts one by one and sent them flying. More than half of the battle beasts that were sent flying were killed. Man Sure roared and rushed up as well. He used his fists to resist the mountain spirit's attack. Boom! 2 fists of different sizes collided, causing a thunderous roar. Under the powerful force, Man Sure was directly blasted away. However, he was only sent flying. Man Sure blocked the attack. However, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Just from this point alone, his defense was much stronger than Wu Xie's. Man Sure wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rushed up again. As he rushed forward, Man Sure's body began to change. He was originally of normal size, but when he reached the mountain spirit, he became a giant. His body was black iron, and an oppressive aura emerged from his body. Then the 2 giants began to wrestle. Boom! Boom! Bursts of sounds kept coming out, like the rumbling of thunder and lightning. As expected of a mutated black iron stone, its combat power is really strong. Unfortunately, it's too weak. Looking at the battle in front of him, Huanlong's eyes flashed with a strange light. Zi-Chan was already holding a long saber in his hand, but he didn't attack. He was looking for a chance to kill with one strike. As for Wu Xie, it seemed that he hadn't recovered from the previous state and didn't immediately attack. Pum! The giant Man Sure was defeated by the mountain spirit, and the whole ground shook. A battle beast appeared above the black-robed man's head. It was a big golden bird. When Man Sure fell, the bird screeched and spat out a golden lightning bolt. The lightning bolt hit the mountain spirit's head, leaving a deep hole in its head. The mountain spirit was enraged. After it broke free from the green light, it shot out another light from its heart. This light hit the golden bird, and the bird's body exploded, just like Wu Xie. However, it didn't have an immortal body and died with one strike. This was a mutated beast that specialized in soul attacks. However, it died just like that. The black-robed man's eyes flashed with pain. Die. Wu Xie finally woke up. The vertical pupil between his eyebrows opened, and a materialized light shot out. This light was like the light of death, and it completely enveloped the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit began to roar, and its roar was filled with pain. Die. Wu Xie laughed sinisterly, and there was blood in his vertical pupil. Pum! The mountain spirit's body began to glow, and a strong and violent aura was released. The light shot out from Wu Xie's eyes was instantly broken and then shattered. Wu Xie's vertical pupil closed, and red blood flowed out from the cut. At the same time, his spirit became weak. The attack just now had consumed a lot of his energy. At the same time, Shang Guanhong's green light collapsed. This time her spirit was also affected, and she was sent flying. At the same time, she coughed up blood in midair. The giant Manshur was also sent flying back dozens of meters. The black-robed man summoned another round of battle beasts, and several of them were killed. It wasn't that they weren't strong, but the mountain spirit was too strong. At this moment, the mountain spirit was almost invincible. Haha. After defeating everyone, the mountain spirit laughed proudly. However, at this moment, Ziqin, who had been motionless all this time, suddenly moved. The thunder wings on his back began to flap rapidly, and he disappeared as if he had teleported. In the next moment, he appeared behind the mountain spirit. At this moment, the mountain spirit was still laughing, so it let down its guard. Ziqin raised his long sword. The mountain spirit's laughter stopped abruptly because it felt a dangerous aura. Its huge body turned around instantly, and it was very agile. Then, in its lifeless eyes, it saw a human with wings. The human's wings were very unique. It had 6 wings, and lightning flashed on them. At the same time, in the mountain spirit's eyes, there was a torrential power that appeared from the thunder wings. Then it flowed along the human's body and surged into the human's weapon. This is the heavenly thunder wings. The mountain spirit reacted quickly and exclaimed. He recognized Ziqin's heavenly thunder wings at a glance. However, at this moment, a lot of power had gathered on Ziqin's long sword, and the light on his long sword was constantly changing. Every ray of light represented a rule. At this moment, these rules were changing rapidly, just like when Ziqin was going through the thunder trial. These rules were changing towards the final destruction rules. The speed at which the rules changed was very fast, and each one was gone in a flash. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, Ziqin's long saber was emitting a rainbow-like light, but they did not perceive that there were many rules changing on it. Finally, the rules stopped changing, and Ziqin's long sword was flowing with pure destruction rules. The moment the mountain spirit felt the destruction rules, his lifeless eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen something extremely shocking. "You!" He looked at Ziqin, and he was very shocked. However, he did not succeed in saying what he wanted to say, because Ziqin had already slashed down with his sword. This slash was naturally one that he could not be more familiar with. Together with the destruction rules, it formed a mysterious power. Under this power, the mountain spirit felt that his movements were greatly hindered, as if he had fallen into a swamp. He realized that he could not avoid this slash. However, he quickly had a second thought. Why should I block this slash? He's just a mere corporeal realm human, even if this human is a little bit extraordinary. The long sword slashed down, but it was as if it had cut metal. An extremely ear-piercing sound rang out in the entire space. At the same time, dazzling sparks exploded in the direction Ziqin's long sword was slashing. The mountain spirit was a little proud, but it was soon unable to be proud, because the human's slash had broken through its defense. Not only did it break through its defense, but the long sword also kept moving forward. Ziqin felt as if he was using a sword to cut a piece of divine metal. Although he could cut it, it was very strenuous. Moreover, he could not stop, because once he stopped, he would have to recharge. Therefore, in the corporeal realm behind Ziqin, an endless stream of power gathered towards the long sword in Ziqin's hand. At the same time, the blade, golden-eyed beast inside was also providing power. The long sword moved forward with great difficulty. During this time, endless sparks burst out, reflecting Ziqin's ferocious and crazy expression. Finally, the long sword reached the end. Ziqin felt his body relax, but because he could not retract his power, his body leaned forward and rushed out. Chapter 1281. Bang! The mountain spirit's huge head slammed heavily on the ground, causing the entire area to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Zichen landed on the ground one step later. With a light tap of his foot, he nimbly dashed into the distance. Wu Xie and the others were dumbfounded as they stared at the headless body in front of them. They were so shocked that they were almost petrified. They couldn't calm down for a long time. The mountain spirit was almost invincible, and they couldn't do anything about it. However, in front of Zichen, it was just a matter of one slash. He's really strong. Huan Long's eyes flashed, and his face was filled with unconcealable excitement. He felt that he had made the right choice by looking for Zichen. However, at the same time, he was also a little afraid of Zichen. Along the way, Zichen didn't make many moves. However, everyone thought that they understood Zichen's combat strength. They thought that Zichen wouldn't have any problems fighting against ordinary cultivators. However, if he were to fight against some special existences, he wouldn't be able to defeat them because of his realm. However, Zichen proved his strength with facts. After this slash, everyone felt that they couldn't see through Zichen. They felt that he was even more mysterious. The mountain spirit's head was still glowing. That was the law of destruction, destroying the life in the head and the soul in the head. Bang! In the deep pit on the ground, the mountain spirit's head was completely destroyed by the law of destruction. After losing all of its spiritual energy, it exploded and turned into stone fragments. The shocked people were completely awakened by this loud explosion. Manshur was the first to react. He looked at the shattered head on the ground, and his expression changed. Then he thought of something and shouted, "Not good! Retreat! Retreat immediately!" While speaking, Manshur was the first to run. The others didn't know what was going on, but they could only follow. Rays of light flashed, and everyone quickly retreated. "He's already dead. Why are you running?" Wu Xie asked. "He's not dead." Manshur, who had transformed into a giant, was very fast. He was the first to run, so he was the first to run. He looked behind him and said, "Mountain spirits are of the same level as mountain souls, but they are stronger. The fatal part of this kind of existence is not the head, but the heart." When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically. After retreating 1,000 meters, they looked at the headless body from afar with fear on their faces. After missing a sure kill strike, it would be very difficult to find another opportunity to kill the other party. Haha, what a knowledgeable little fellow. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the headless body. The mountain spirit's chest began to glow. This glow was like a life force that went through the chest and gathered at the neck. Soon, another head grew out of the mountain spirit's body. Everyone's expression changed. Zichen stared at Shan Ling. Blood was dripping from his hand that was holding onto the long sword. This was the result of the impact. The mountain spirit, who had regrown its head, emitted an aura that was even more powerful and terrifying than before. Moreover, its realm was second only to the domain realm, so it was worthy of being called invincible. Even Zichen did not dare to say that he could kill it. Shanling's laughter was very smug and carefree. Everyone's mood sank to the bottom. Huan Long's expression was extremely gloomy. "You're all very good. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future. Unfortunately, you haven't grown up yet. Today you'll all die here," Shanling said coldly. "Die. Don't boast shamelessly." Wu Xie did not dare to step forward, but he did not want to lose out in words. "Well, you think you won't die just because you have an undying body," Shanling mocked. "What do you mean?" Wu Xie felt that something was wrong. Throughout history, there have been many immortal bodies, but not all of them were able to grow. Shanling had clearly said something very important. Everyone's expression changed, and Wu Xie's expression was extremely ugly. Obviously, Shanling was saying that even an undying body could die. Zi Chen had no doubts about this, so he was still calm at this moment. Undying body, beast tamer, strange living creature, and a natural spiritual body. Although your team is small in number, its combat power is not weak. Shanling suddenly sighed. Man Shi and Shangguan Hong's expressions changed. It was obvious that the strange living creature and the natural spiritual body were talking about them. Shanling looked at Zi Chen and exclaimed in surprise. Then, 2 rays of strange light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, Zi Chen felt as if he had been completely seen through. As for you, your aptitude is average, but it's really extraordinary that you can achieve what you have today. Zi Chen's expression changed immediately. In the past, his aptitude was naturally average, but that was more than 1,000 years ago. Ever since he obtained the Thunder Essence, his aptitude had been changing, from an acquired realm warrior to an innate realm warrior. Coupled with the changes in the Heavenly Book, Zi Chen's aptitude had long surpassed many strange existences in the world. Even Man Shi and the others did not dare to say that their aptitude was superior in front of Zi Chen. However, Shanling's gaze had undoubtedly seen Zi Chen's essence, even if it had disappeared long ago. Zi Chen's expression changed, but it did not mean anything. He was already extraordinary. Shanling said that because he could not completely see through Zi Chen. After the 3 pages of the Heavenly Book were gathered, no one could completely see through Zi Chen. Especially after the 3 pages of the Heavenly Book that represented essence, qi, and spirit had completely transformed into Zi Chen's world. No one in the world could see through Zi Chen. Everyone's expressions changed. Although Huanlong was not mentioned, his expression was also unnatural. Shanling looked at everyone with a mocking expression. Zi Chen threw away all distracting thoughts, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone get ready. We'll work together to kill the enemy." Kill the enemy? How? He's almost invincible. Wu Xie immediately shouted. No one in the world is invincible, Zi Chen said coldly. On this point, Zi Chen had the most right to speak. Throughout his journey, he had been crowned with the title of invincible. However, he knew that he was not invincible. Moreover, in many battles he could have died. How do we kill him? Man Shi, who had successfully shrunk, looked at Zi Chen. The others also focused their attention on Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen undoubtedly took over the command. He looked at Shanling in front of him and said, "Man Shi, attack first. Be careful. Summoners, help from the side. Find some battle beasts that can withstand a beating, and some that are flexible in long-range attacks. Shangguan Hong will be in charge of restraining them. Wu Xie, I don't know your ability, but I hope you can help Man Shi at the crucial moment." Zi Chen commanded. "What do you mean?" Wu Xie asked. "At the crucial moment, you'll go up and fight Shanling," Wu Xie shouted. "You're crazy. You just heard that the immortal body will die." "I naturally believe that the immortal body will die, but I don't believe that he can kill it." Zi Chen looked at Wu Xie and said meaningfully, "At this moment, don't hide your strength." Wu Xie's expression changed, but he did not speak again. Zi Chen said again, "As for me, I will attack when the time is right. Remember, don't hide your strength anymore." Shanling's aura was very tyrannical. It was even stronger than before, so it was full of confidence. That was why it could look at that guy who it could not see through and decide on a battle strategy. But it was useless. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. Zi Chen and the others discussed and directly excluded Huanlong. The latter had no intention of participating and had already retreated far away. "How is it? Are you all done discussing?" Shanling asked, because it was rare for them to encounter such a life-and-death battle. Their expressions were very unnatural. Facing Shanling's confident and mocking question, they seemed to lack confidence. Zi Chen looked up at Shanling and said calmly, "I'm ready." Shanling smiled and said, "Then let's begin." Zichen said indifferently, "Begin." As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to charge forward with his saber. To Zichen, this was not a wise decision, but to the others, this was a different matter. Zichen charged forward. When Manshur saw this, he roared angrily. His body grew bigger again, and he charged forward as well. Buzz! Shang Guanhong's body emitted green light. The green light was like tree seeds. As she pointed her finger, they sank into the ground under Shan Ling's feet. Then the ground shook and thick vines appeared. These vines were very tough, mainly based on the 5 elements. After they appeared, they wrapped around Shan Ling's body. Wu Xie had no choice but to attack. The vertical eye between his eyebrows opened, and a ray of death light shot out. This ray of light was extremely terrifying. Everyone attacked one after another. Even the beast tamers released several powerful battle beasts. Some chose to fight in close range, while others chose to attack from afar. Shan Ling looked at Zichen, who was charging forward, and sneered as he attacked. In his opinion, this attack could easily kill his opponent. This attack was indeed powerful, but Zichen did not intend to use this attack to test his defense. The thunder wings on his back flapped at a high frequency. With a step, his body disappeared without a trace like a phantom. Zichen dodged this attack. Manshur and the others followed. The battle was about to start. Boom! Surging energy began to swirl, and all kinds of attacks appeared in this area. Everyone began to besiege Shan Ling, but they could not inflict any serious injuries on him. Pum! Shan Ling broke free from Shang Guanhong's attack and kicked Manshur away. Then he killed 2 battle beasts. At the same time, he stepped forward to kill the fallen Manshur. Zichen looked coldly at Wu Xie. The latter gritted his teeth and charged forward. He reached above Manshur and held up a large ray of light with both hands, blocking Shan Ling's fierce stomp. Crack! His arms suddenly bent, and the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. A ray of light flashed from below. Zichen pulled Manshur away. Boom! Wu Xie's body was stomped into the ground. As for whether he was alive or dead, no one knew. After saving Manshur, Zichen charged forward again with his sword. Chapter 1282. Zichen used all his strength in this attack. The powerful aura around him made people tremble. Shan Ling could ignore other people, but it couldn't ignore Zichen's attack. It clenched its right fist and punched at Zichen. The blade of destruction landed and collided with Shan Ling's right fist. Humph, it's useless. Shan Ling snorted, but in the next moment, the destruction law showed its power. Puff! Zichen's attack left a deep wound on Shan Ling's body. At the same time, stone fragments shot out. After one strike, Zichen retreated in a flash. Shan Ling looked at Zichen in a daze. The destruction law on the wound was flashing, destroying Shan Ling's vitality. While Shan Ling was in a daze, Manshur followed up and punched. He actually left a deep hole on Shan Ling's body. Shan Ling kicked Manshur away. It stared at Zichen, its eyes flashing with a mysterious light. This made Zichen feel a sense of danger. He retreated again and again. Boom! The mountain spirit's aura became violent, and all the existences close to it were pushed back. Its mood became irritable, and its original confidence was no longer there. Zichen's attack injured it. Its defense is weakened. Everyone attack with all your strength. Manshur shouted excitedly. He rushed forward again. Then Manshur punched twice. 2 more holes appeared on Shan Ling's body. Although this level of injury wasn't fatal, it would definitely kill Shan Ling if there were more wounds. As expected, in the following attacks, the beast tamer's battle beasts could leave some wounds on its body. Everyone saw hope, and the frequency of their attacks increased. As the wounds on its body increased, Shan Ling was obviously angry. He shouted, "Die!" After that, he punched Man Shu's chest. The terrifying power sent Man Shu flying. Then he coughed up blood. Shan Guan Hong's vines started to grow barbs. These barbs were at least 1 meter long. They pierced deeply into Shan Ling's body. Then the vines started to move, leaving long and deep wounds on Shan Ling's body. Another ray of light surged out from the mountain spirit's chest. The light immediately turned into balls of flames and ignited the vines. Bang! Bang! With a loud explosion, the vines were blown apart. At the same time, a ray of light rushed into Wu Xie's eyes at lightning speed. He covered his eyes and screamed. Blood flowed out through the gaps between his fingers. The mountain spirit once again forced everyone back. Its battle prowess was still as strong as ever. Everyone was defeated one after another and suffered heavy injuries one after another. Zi Chen watched from the side and did not make a move. He was still waiting for an opportunity. The others held their breaths and didn't say anything. They attacked the mountain spirit again. Boom! Wu Xie's body exploded once again, turning into dust. The undying body was activated once again, saving his life. This time, even he was going all out. Just as his body was reconstructed, he rushed forward again. The beast tamers also released even more battle beasts and swarmed towards the mountain spirit. They wanted to use numbers to surround and beat the mountain spirit to death. But obviously this was not realistic. The mountain spirit's powerful battle power would only cause more beasts to die. However, with everyone's persistence, the mountain spirit was no longer in its original state. Boom! The mountain spirit once again displayed its might, sending everyone flying. Everyone coughed out blood, each of them suffering from different degrees of injuries. Only Zi Chen was not injured. He had not made a move yet. However, just as everyone was sent flying, Zi Chen moved. Before he moved, he shouted to attract the mountain spirit's attention. After the previous attack, the mountain spirit had been paying attention to Zi Chen. Now that Zi Chen moved, it sensed it in advance. However, Zi Chen, who had just moved, used his doppelgangers. Many doppelgangers surrounded the mountain spirit, holding the same weapons. Even the lightning wings on their backs were the same. They attacked the mountain spirit from all directions. Humph! The mountain spirit snorted coldly. Another ray of light came out from its chest. Then the light turned into ripples and rushed in all directions. Bang! 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 Zi Chen's doppelgangers exploded under the impact of the light ripples. Only the last one appeared beside the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit sneered and punched at Zi Chen's real body. Pum! With a loud sound, Zi Chen's real body was shattered. Although it felt like it had hit a real body, this body was obviously not as strong as before. The mountain spirit sensed that something was wrong, and its expression changed drastically. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar came from behind the mountain spirit. Zi Chen appeared with a real spiritual weapon. At the same time, he activated the weapon spirit in the real spiritual weapon. The weapon spirit appeared from the real spiritual weapon and turned into a huge beast shadow. It rushed towards the mountain spirit. The mountain spirit roared and attacked the beast shadow with all its strength. Pum! After the attack, the beast shadow was shattered. At the same time, the real spiritual weapon was also shattered. After the attack broke the real spiritual weapon, it went forward and hit Zi Chen. Zi Chen's body exploded again. Before the mountain spirit could sneer, the third Zi Chen appeared. It was the one holding the sword. This was the real Zi Chen. The first two were Arhut golden bodies. He appeared behind the mountain spirit, silently. His long sword carried the destruction law and stabbed towards the mountain spirit's back. The mountain spirit had used all its strength in the previous two attacks. Although it noticed Zi Chen's abnormality, its speed was greatly reduced, and it could not deploy its strength in time. It wanted to dodge, but it did not have much strength. The ear-piercing sound came again. Zi-Chen's long sword was like a sharp sword. It pierced into the skin of the mountain spirit's back. Because it was a vital part, the defense there was even higher than the head. When the long sword stabbed, sparks flew. However, the long sword still stabbed in with difficulty. Uft. Because of its strong defense, the mountain spirit had time to breathe. A wave of power rushed out from its heart. It circled around its body and hit Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen coughed up blood and flew backward. When he flew backward, he let go of the long sword in his hand. Sparks were still flying from the mountain spirit's back. Although Zi-Chen was sent flying, the attack was not over. Next, the blade golden-eyed beast would finish the attack. Crack! In the dazzling sparks, the tip of the sword finally pierced into the mountain spirit's heart. Then it shattered the glowing heart. The destruction law began to be released. The mountain spirit's vitality was completely destroyed. Then its body exploded with a bang. It was as if there was a rain of stones. As the stones fell, everyone's skin hurt. Clang! The long sword fell to the ground and pierced into a piece of stone. The light on the patterns on it dimmed. Zi-Chen also landed in the distance. After landing, he coughed up blood. One had to know that this was an attack that could completely destroy the undying body. Zi-Chen was able to block it unscathed. It was enough to prove that he was extraordinary. The rain of stones fell. The battle was over. Everyone's tense hearts finally relaxed. He's dead. Everyone heaved a huge sigh of relief. At the same time, they looked at Zi-Chen with admiration and complicated feelings. In this battle, not only did they see Zi-Chen's powerful combat strength, but they also saw Zi-Chen's commanding ability. Everyone around him was seriously injured, but he rarely attacked. He had been quietly watching and waiting for an opportunity, until he killed with one blow. Furthermore, Zi-Chen's endless doppelgangers in the end, to the extent that he did not hesitate to lose a real spirit artifact, made people deeply feel Zi-Chen's decisiveness and viciousness to achieve his goal by hook or by crook. They were even more afraid of Zi-Chen. At the same time, they finally understood the huge difference between domestication and freedom. Obviously, if both parties were wolves, then they were domesticated wolves, while Zi-Chen was a powerful lone wolf that grew up in the mountains. After Shan Ling died, everyone began to treat their wounds. Among the 6 people present, except for Huan Long, who did not attack, the others were more or less injured. Among them, Zi-Chen's injuries were the lightest, while Mansher's injuries were the most serious. Even the undying body Wu Xie's vertical pupil between his eyebrows had suffered an unimaginable injury. Moreover, this battle had dealt him an even greater blow. This was because he who was known as the undying body actually began to feel fear, because he feared death. Wu Xie's mood was very low. After Zi-Chen picked up the long saber, he walked to his side and patted him on the shoulder. The undying body will indeed die, but there are too few existences that can kill it. At least until now, no one has been able to kill you, including that Shan Ling. Wu Xie glared at Zi-Chen and said, "Of course I know that. Do I need you to teach me?" Zi-Chen smiled faintly and said, "Then hurry up and treat your wounds. There might be a fierce battle later." Wu Xie did not like Zi-Chen at first, but now that Zi-Chen was willing to talk to him, it was naturally not to show his generosity, but because Wu Xie was very useful. One had to know that he had the undying body. How many undying bodies could there be in this world? Only Wu Xie could. If Zi-Chen had the undying body, he would definitely not be depressed because of a few words from Shan Ling. So what if his body was destroyed? Even if it was destroyed 10 or 100 times, it would still recover. This was the biggest advantage of the undying body. Wu Xie knew this before, but unfortunately, Shan Ling had completely dispelled his confidence this time. Of course, If Wu Xia knew that Zi Chen was kindly enlightening him because he had taken a fancy to this undying cannon fodder and shield, who knew how he would feel? Everyone, let's heal. Huan Long walked over from afar, then took out some high-quality pills and gave them to everyone, indicating that they should heal their wounds. The cost of these pills was very high, but as long as they could be bought with money, it was not a problem for Huan Long. Huan Long was the customer, and they were the hunters. Therefore, they did not express any objection to Huan Long not doing anything from the beginning to the end. While Zi Chen and the others were healing their wounds, Huan Long walked towards the pile of stone fragments on the ground. He could not suppress the joy on his face, and he was extremely excited. He was very glad that he had brought along Zi Chen. Reality had proven that Zi Chen was not only powerful, but also a very suitable leader. With Zi Chen leading, he believed that he would be able to reach the end this time. Chapter 1283. Since the mountain spirit was dead, everyone could pass through. However, for safety reasons, Zi Chen signaled for everyone to recover from their injuries before proceeding. Everyone present was a special existence. Even if they were heavily injured, they could recover quickly. Zi Chen had just recovered from his injuries when Shang Guanhong stood up. It was obvious that she had used the vitality of the trance. Thinking of the trance that were full of vitality, Zi Chen could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Then he saw the beast tamer silently dissecting the battle beasts. Zi Chen was a little dissatisfied with this and frowned slightly. He thought for a while and decided to go forward. He said to the black-robed person, "Don't you think this is bad?" The black-robed person raised her head and looked at Zi Chen with a pair of bright but confused eyes. She seemed to be very confused. They are fighting for you and for everyone. No matter what, they are still considered allies. Isn't it unfair to treat them like this? Zi Chen said, "Fair." The black-robed person spoke. Her voice was very light, and it was a woman's voice. This was the first time she had spoken. However, Zi Chen did not expect that the other party was a woman. He was stunned for a moment. The others were also very surprised and looked over. "Unfair? You are actually talking to me about fairness. Is there fairness in this world?" The black-robed person Dong Qing spoke again, but this time there was an obvious smile in her words. She lowered her head again and continued to dissect the battle beasts. She seemed to be very focused. "Let's not talk about fairness. They are still on our side," Zi Chen said helplessly. Actually, after knowing that the other party was a woman, he regretted rashly poking his nose into other people's business. I agree with this sentence. They are my summoned beasts, so of course they are on our side. However, I have lost so many of my own people. The losses are very heavy. Shouldn't I reduce the losses as much as possible? Dong Qing's rhetorical question made Zi Chen speechless. In Zi Chen's heart, this sentence was completely wrong. You can't possibly use your own people to make an example of your own losses. Although he felt that Dong Qing was wrong, he still decided to remain silent. This was a good habit that he had developed after interacting with women for many years. He would never argue or quarrel with women. And from the other side's point of view, there was nothing wrong with this. Just like Shang Guanhong's trance, if they took the things from the beasts, Dong Qing would have more resources, and it would not be a waste. Zi Chen was ready to leave. "I've seen you kill people before. You're ruthless and merciless. Looking at your methods, I'm afraid that you've already killed countless people. However, you're actually so kind as to plead for mercy for some dead beasts. This makes me very surprised. You're really a weirdo." Dong Qing laughed lightly. Her voice was very pleasant to hear, but her words were not. "All right, everyone has suffered a great loss this time. I can understand. These are compensation. I hope you don't mind." At this time, Huan Long stepped forward and took out 5 spirit rings. He first walked to Zi Chen and handed one to Zi Chen. Then he gave it to the other 4. After Dong Qing received the spirit rings, her expression did not change much. She was still focused on dissecting the corpses of the beasts. However, she seemed to have thought of something and could not help but glance at Zichen. Then, she stopped what she was doing and put away the corpses of the beasts. Other than talking to Zichen, she had been silent. Shang Guanhong also did not speak. When Zichen saw the wealth in the spirit rings, he was naturally surprised. There was a total of 1 billion in his spirit rings. One must know that the spirit weapon he had lost earlier was not even worth 10 million. "Hey, Huanlong, you're a rich man," Manshur said after inspecting the spirit rings. Huanlong smiled and said, "You flatter me." Huanlong had obtained a lot of wealth from the last auction, so he did not care about the money. What he cared about was whether they could bring him to his destination. Everyone's injuries recovered one after another. Then, under Huanlong's signal, they continued on their way. This area was not big, and there was only one powerful existence, Shanling. After Shanling died, there were no more dangers here. Soon they reached the end. After walking out of this place, they once again encountered natural restrictions and arrays. They needed Huanlong to lead the way with the correct map. The arrays here were very powerful. Some were natural and some were acquired. They could even trap a domain realm expert. Naturally, Zichen and the others did not dare to casually step into them. Huanlong, who was walking in front, was very careful and cautious. Almost every step he took required him to think for a long time. "It seems that he's an array grandmaster." Zichen's voice rang out. It was Shang Guanhong's voice. Huanlong had spent a lot of time breaking the arrays. During these days, Shang Guanhong would occasionally send Zichen messages. His attainments in arrays are indeed high. Zichen naturally agreed. "His attainments in arrays are high, but I don't know how strong he is. I haven't seen him fight yet." Shang Guanhong's message rang out again. Zichen chose to remain silent. "By the way, Huanlong seems to think highly of you. The compensation he gave me last time was 300 million. How much is yours?" Shang Guanhong asked again. Zichen thought for a moment before replying, 1 billion. "What, 1 billion? He really thinks highly of you. I also contributed quite a bit." Shang Guanhong pretended to be shocked. "If you think it's unfair, I can give you a bit. Or I can kill Huanlong," Zichen rarely joked. "If you kill Huanlong, you'll get all the wealth inside. Do you want to run away with me?" asked Shang Guanhong. Zichen fell silent once more. In his heart, Shang Guanhong was a femme fatale. Furthermore, women who grew up in this world had a completely different way of thinking from Zichen. Perhaps it was because of their environment, but their way of thinking revolved around resources. Other than resources and survival, there was nothing else in their minds. However, Zichen was different. The martial heaven continent he grew up in was filled with morals and kindness. Furthermore, most of the people he knew might seem vicious and merciless, but sometimes they would talk about principles and distinguish between right and wrong. In the same situation, Zichen believed that Su Mengyao, Shang Guanyuer, and the others would never do such a thing. They would shed tears for the deaths of the weak. They would fight for the injustice of others. They would also kill people. They were also very kind. It might seem contradictory, but it wasn't. However, in the eyes of Shang Guanhong and Dongqing, the Jianwu continent only had resources. The same was true for other people. In Huping City, the people of Hunter's Castle still hadn't been able to contact Zichen and the others. The last time they contacted Shang Guanhong and the others was before they entered the depths of the Hengduan mountain range. Of course, Zichen wasn't among them. Just as they were extremely anxious and had sent out many people to investigate, a man walked out of an inn in Huping City. It was a blue-clothed man. He was only in the Void Realm, but his appearance was somewhat similar to Huanlong, who was in the late corporeal realm. After he walked out of the inn, he walked towards Hunter's Castle. He didn't enter the castle, but instead stood outside. He looked at the eye-catching sign above Hunter's castle and then at the endless stream of people entering and leaving the castle. He immediately sneered a few times. Bang! As he turned to leave, he accidentally bumped into someone. The latter was a corporeal realm expert, who immediately pointed at his nose and cursed. While the corporeal realm expert was cursing, he kept apologizing and then quickly left. Idiot, you mother of asterisk her. The corporeal realm expert, who was still cursing, suddenly changed his expression and stopped cursing abruptly. This was because he saw a yellowed piece of paper that looked very old on the ground. He glanced at the void realm expert, who was hurriedly leaving, then immediately picked up the paper and quickly left. The same scene played out in various places in Huping City over the next 2 days. Many corporeal realm experts picked up a yellowed piece of paper. Then they took the paper away and found a secret place to quietly open it. Although everyone chose to keep the paper a secret after picking it up, the news still spread. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and 100 spread to 1,000. In a short 2 days, the news of a treasure map had spread throughout the entire Huping City. Many factions began to send people to investigate. Naturally, Hunter's Castle was one of them. This was because the location of the treasure map was in the Hungduan mountain range. Over the years, treasure maps about the Hungduan mountain range would occasionally circulate, but there weren't any truly important treasures. The reason why Hunter's Castle paid attention to it was because of Zi Qin and the others. On the meeting table in Hunter's Castle was a yellowed piece of paper. The path of the treasure was clearly marked on the paper. If Zi Qin and the others were here, they would definitely be able to tell at a glance that the path indicated on the map was their path forward. 5 days passed, and the news about the treasure map became more and more intense. On the 6th day, someone even began to sell photocopies of the treasure map. These photocopies were made using real maps, so they were exactly the same as the real treasure map. Wang Jun had been trying to contact Zi Qin for the past few days in the army in the city, but he was unable to do so. He sent people to Hunter's Castle to inquire, but the reply he received was that Zi Qin was in seclusion and would not see anyone. Wang Jun naturally did not believe that Zi Qin was in seclusion and would not see him. He guessed that Zi Qin might have left Huping City and gone to complete a secret mission for Hunter's Castle. Zhou Chong had successfully found a powerful ally. His criteria for finding allies was that they had to be unafraid of Zi Qin after seeing images of Zi Qin's massacre. Only then would they be qualified to join him. Furthermore, he had indeed found a few powerful existences during this period of time. In the eyes of these powerful existences, Zi Qin, who had crazily slaughtered corporeal cultivators, was simply an incompetent clown. Zhou Chong sought out Wang Jun to discuss the matter of searching for the treasure, but Wang Jun kept delaying it. Big brother, look at what this is. He Zi rushed in with a piece of white paper that was not of good quality in his hand. What is it? Wang Jun stood up and asked. It's a treasure map. He Zi handed the paper over and said excitedly, I spent a lot of money to buy it. Chapter 1284. Big brother, what's wrong? He Zi asked worriedly. Where did you get this? Wang Jun looked at He Zi. He Zi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I bought it on the street. It didn't cost much, just a few 100,000. Damn it, damn that Zhou Chong. Wang Jun cursed and tore the map in his hand. He turned and left the room to reason with Zhou Chong. The map just now was obviously the same as the one that appeared when the jade slips merged. At the same time, Zhou Chong was also angry after seeing the map and went to find Wang Jun angrily. Both of them were furious. After seeing each other, they pointed at each other's noses and scolded without caring about their status. They almost fought, but soon they realized that something was wrong. After merging the jade slips and comparing the map, they found something strange. What's going on? Zhou Chong asked with a puzzled expression. I also want to know what's going on. Wang Jun said angrily. It's Ziqin. It must be Ziqin. Zhou Chong was very short and angry. Idiot, this map is faster than ours, and the path is shorter and more direct. How could Ziqin know? Wang Jun mocked. What should we do now? Although this map is not complete, it is 80% similar to the one recorded in the jade slips, Zhou Chong said with uncertainty. Let's take the map and go to the place recorded on it first, Wang Jun said in the end. After leaving Zhou Chong's residence, he asked He Zi to find Ziqin again. Ziqin was not there at all, so He Zi returned empty-handed. Time waited for no one. Many people had already embarked on the treasure hunt. Wang Jun had no choice but to lead He Zi and the others forward. It doesn't matter if it's a scheme or not. Send someone to check it out first, and have the domain realm prepare. Once they discover anything unusual, let them take action. Lord Wu, who was in Hunter's Castle, also gave the same words. After going deep, Ziqin and the others finally encountered a second powerful existence. What followed was a bitter battle to the death. After a long battle, and with everyone's tacit cooperation, the second powerful existence was killed by Ziqin in one blow. The powerful existence fell and died. Everyone worked together to kill the enemy, but their injuries were also heavy. Among them, Wu Xie's injuries were the most serious, much more serious than Mansher's. In this battle, it could be said that Ziqin had utilized Wu Xie to the limit. Ziqin himself had become an undying shield. At every critical moment, he would summon Wu Xie to block the lives of others. As for Wu Xie, he lived up to his reputation as an undying existence. In this battle, his body exploded more than 20 times, but he was able to regenerate each time. Although the feeling of being shattered was not bad, Wu Xie's lost confidence was gradually regained every time his body was reconstructed. Until the end of this battle, his self-confidence was almost bursting. Don't be complacent. Hurry up and heal your injuries. Otherwise, your eyes will be ruined. Man sure limped over and sat down beside Wu Xie. Humph! Wu Xie snorted coldly and sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. He had played the biggest role in this battle. Without him, Ziqin would not have been able to kill the enemy in one blow. Gradually, he looked at everyone with disdain. However, he did not dare to question Ziqin's identity as the commander. If they didn't have Ziqin, or if they didn't have Ziqin as their commander, it would be too difficult for them to win. At this moment, Ziqin, who was trying his best to delve deeper, did not know that many people were holding accurate maps and heading straight for the Hengduan mountain range. After healing their injuries, everyone began to move forward again. Next, it was time for Huanlong to make his move. Time began to repeat monotonously. Sometimes, they might not even be able to walk 100 meters after staying for a day. The further they went, the slower their speed became. In the end, it was almost impossible for them to move an inch. Breaking restrictions and finding the correct path required precise judgment. One wrong step could lead to death, so no one could help Huanlong. Along the way, the 5 of them seemed very bored. Ziqin was perplexed and anxious as he could not find a way to make a breakthrough. He was only a small step away from the advanced void realm. He might be able to make a breakthrough with just a single thought. However, he could not find an accurate way to make a breakthrough. What was it like when you made a breakthrough? Even Cauldron Spirit could not provide a good solution. Helpless, Ziqin could only send a message to Shang Guanhong. I haven't reached the advanced void realm yet. Shang Guanhong came to Ziqin's side and said smilingly after reading the message. Every time Shang Guanhong approached Ziqin, she would attract some strange gazes. Wu Xie, in particular, had vertical pupils. His gaze made others feel uncomfortable. No, I'm at the advanced void realm, Ziqin explained. Advanced void realm. Aya, it's been so many years. I've long forgotten about it, Shang Guanhong said smilingly. She was obviously joking. Seeing that Ziqin was silent, Shang Guanhong leaned closer to him. When Zichun finally responded, she said, "My breakthrough is very simple. Actually, it's not just me. It's also relatively simple for others. When the void space grows, it will also increase in realm. When it reaches its limit, it will begin to transform into a corporeal space." At such a close distance, Zichun could smell the faint fragrance emanating from Shang Guanhong's body. Now that he had a favor to ask of Shang Guanhong, he naturally could not just walk away. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Are there no special circumstances?" "Of course there are." Shang Guanhong glanced at Zichun and said, "Under normal circumstances, the void space can be divided into two types. The first type is a fixed void space. The second type is a void space that grows naturally. The first type is unchanging until the void space is filled with energy and transforms, reaching the corporeal realm. The second type is when the void space grows again as the void space increases in strength. Then it will continue to fill the void space until it reaches its limit." Zichen's expression changed when he heard this. It was obvious that his situation belonged to the latter. He asked again, "Then what if the void space grows to its limit?" Shang Guanhong said, "Then congratulations. The limit will transform, and you will have reached the corporeal realm." "Then what if the void space grows to its limit but does not transform?" Zichun asked again. Shang Guanhong thought about it seriously, then gave Zichun a very certain answer. She said, "The situation you're talking about does not exist. When the void space grows to its limit, it will definitely break through. If it does not break through, then it is not the limit, but a bottleneck." Zichun shook his head. He knew his situation very well. He could not refine any more energy. It could only mean that he had reached his limit, not the so-called bottleneck. Zichun thought about the problem of breaking through again. He asked, "Then what is your void space like? What is it like when you break through?" "Mine is the latter. It naturally expands to its limit and then breaks through." "What is the situation like when you break through?" "The void realm is as big as the corporeal realm." "Of course. Are there any more special situations?" Shang Guanhong thought for a moment and said, "Under normal circumstances, it is impossible. But I think I've seen a special situation somewhere." When it came to knowledge and experience, Zichun had experienced a lot along the way. Shang Guanhong could not compare to him at all. However, when it came to understanding the world and breaking through to the next realm, Zichun, who had only read a few books, could not catch up to Shang Guanhong. This was because her contact with cultivation was mainly in the earth realm. As for the human realm, it was only a very short transition for the people of the Jianwu continent. They did not have much experience in the human realm, so they naturally did not care about it. Therefore, they focused all their experience on the earth realm. There aren't many void spaces that can grow, but every void space that can grow is extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, when these void spaces break through to the corporeal realm, they will become very powerful due to the expansion of their original void space. However, there are some extremely special void spaces that cause their corporeal realm to shrink when they break through. Shang Guanhong explained, "The cause of this situation is either a forced breakthrough or an irreparable injury that caused the void space to change. What happens when a greater void realm breaks through to a lesser void realm?" Zichun felt that he had grasped the key to the problem. Shang Guanhong shook her head and said, "I have not seen it with my own eyes, but it is said that it will cause an energy shock and cause a large amount of energy to dissipate. Once this happens, it is said that the person is not far from death. It is considered a breakthrough on the verge of death." An energy shock? Zichun fell into deep thought. After not hearing Zichun's words for a long time, Shang Guanhong turned her head to look at Zichun. Seeing that Zichun was deep in thought and appeared to be very focused, she said with some dissatisfaction, "Humph, you didn't even say thank you after using me." Shang Guanhong stood up and left, not bothering Zichen. Zichen's figure suddenly disappeared, and in the next moment he appeared in his own 3-meter void space. The 3-meter void space represented an infinite world. Looking at this infinite world, even Zichen, who had found a way to break through, felt a little dazed. How could he cause an energy shock in such a big world? And once the energy shock happened, how could he control this tyrannical energy? In such a big world, Zichen stood alone on the ground and pondered. He tried to mobilize the entire world, but he could not mobilize all of it. He could only mobilize part of it. After a while, Zichen reappeared. Although he did not break through this time, he found a way to break through. It was a big gain. "Thank you," Zichen transmitted. Shan Guanhong smiled, and Zichen attracted some dissatisfied gazes. Huan Long, who was breaking the restriction in the distance, suddenly cried out in alarm. Then a tyrannical aura surged in front of them. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Zichen shouted, "Wu Xie, go up!" Once there was danger, the undying Wu Xie would be the first to go up. This was what Zichen had said before. Now, with Zichen's shout, Wu Xie had no choice but to go up. PFFF. Chapter 1285. The blade gleam came very quickly, out of everyone's expectations. Moreover, it was very powerful. Wu Xie only had time to let out a cry of surprise. Pooh! Wu Xie was killed in one slash, but the blade gleam's power did not weaken. It continued to move forward in a straight line. "Be careful!" Shang Guanhong's body released a green light. She was the blade gleam's second target. Zichen shouted, but it was too late to save her. Seeing that the blade gleam was about to reach Shang Guanhong, her body began to release a green light, forming a bright light shield. On the surface of the light shield, mysterious patterns appeared. However, no one could be sure that such a defense could block this sudden blade gleam. Just as the blade gleam was about to hit Shang Guanhong, a yellow ball suddenly appeared in front of Shang Guanhong at lightning speed. Clang! When the saber light struck the sphere, a loud clanging sound was heard. Energy ripples spread out in all directions with the point of contact between the two. Pooh! The ball could only block for 3 breaths of time. It was unable to withstand this powerful force and was smashed backwards. Shang Guanhong was hit by the ball and flew backwards, coughing up blood. However, the blade gleam's power was completely neutralized. Then, it turned into a ray of light and flew backwards. Blade golden-eyed beast, scale shield flame full. Zichen, who was rushing over, suddenly let out a strange cry. The flying blade gleam finally turned into a small beast. It looked very much like the blade golden-eyed beast. However, that yellow ball also looked very much like the scale shield flameful. Zichen turned back and ran toward Shang Guanhong to check on her injuries. Dongqing also flew towards Shang Guanhong. As for the undying Wu Xie, no one paid any attention to him. This was because everyone was already used to his immortality. Shang Guanhong's face was a little pale. Fortunately, she did not suffer any internal injuries. She only suffered from the impact of the force. She would be fine after some adjustment. This is the scale shield flame full. Zichen looked at the ball-like little beast beside Dongqing and asked. Dongqing shook his head, his tone heavy as he said, "No, this is just a shield armor beast, a special type of beast. However, it's not as strong as the scale shield flameful. However, that was a blade golden eyes beast. If it was a full power attack, just now, the shield armor beast would not have been able to block it." Zichen nodded upon hearing this. Wu Xie activated his undying body, and his figure appeared once again. After that he complained, "Why am I always the unlucky one? That saber light just now was so terrifying." Huan Long walked over with a look of lingering fear on his face. Everyone gathered together once more. After the saber light disappeared, it did not attack again. There was a pitch-black area in front of them, which seemed to be a passage leading to somewhere. What should we do? Who can stop a bladed, golden-eyed beast? After knowing the nature of that blade, Wu Xie's expression turned bitter. Mansher's defense was very strong, but his realm was not high. He might be able to block 1 or 2 slashes, but definitely not 3. There was no need to talk about the others. For a moment, everyone who had no idea what to do could only look at Zichen. Along the way, they had already gotten used to asking for Zichen's opinion when they were helpless. Since we're already here, we can't retreat. We can only advance. Zichen glanced at Huanlong, then looked at everyone and said, "Advance? How do we advance?" Everyone was still uncertain. The bladed, golden-eyed beast's attack was too strong. It was even stronger than the previous 2 existences they had encountered. This was the source of their uncertainty. This was because once they were hit, they who did not have the undying body would die. Zichen looked forward again. He seemed to see the bladed, golden-eyed beast in a black hole. It was hiding in the dark, waiting for him to advance. After a moment of silence, Zichen looked at Shang Guanhong and said, "Your methods are useless against the bladed, golden-eyed beast. You don't have to go later." Shang Guanhong nodded. At the same time, she looked at Zichen with an apologetic gaze. "What about me?" Without waiting for Zichen to speak, Wu Xie asked again. Zichen looked at Wu Xie and smiled faintly, saying, "You're our main force. You have to go." Wu Xie's face immediately fell. He looked at Zichen with resentment. Zichen ignored Wu Xie and looked at Dongqing, saying, "I want to know how many of these shield armor beasts you have." Under the mask, Zichen could clearly see Dongqing's eyes twitch a few times. Then Dongqing opened her mouth and said, "Beasts of this level are very special. Naturally, they're also very difficult to find. We're already very lucky to be able to find one shield armor beast." One could hear the reluctance in Dongqing's voice. This was the first time she had shown such emotions towards a beast. "One is fine, but can you make it listen to me?" Zichen asked. "What do you mean?" Dongqing looked at Zichen. "If it can listen to me, then you don't have to go in. After all, it's very dangerous inside." Zichen said. This time, Dongqing hesitated for a long time. Finally, she tapped her forehead and a soul remembrance floated toward Zichen. This soul remembrance merged with Zichen. In an instant, a strange feeling arose in Zichen's heart. Moreover, when he looked at Dongqing, he felt as relaxed as looking inside himself. Even the face under the mask could be seen by Zichen if he wanted to. Moreover, Zichen could clearly feel the strange feeling coming from the other party's soul remembrance. At this moment, Dongqing's face turned red all the way to her ears. This soul remembrance allowed the 2 of them to have some kind of connection, but it was one-sided. Zichen was also able to control the shield armor beast because of this. Zichen moved his gaze away from Dongqing and looked at Mansher, saying, "As for whether you go in or not, I can't make the decision. It's all up to you." Wu Xie's safety didn't need to be guaranteed. His chances of survival were even higher than Zichen's. As for the shield armor beast, because it was known for its defense, it could also hold on for 1 or 2 days. Even if it died in battle, the loss would be less than 1 person dying. This was something that Zichen could decide. However, when it came to Mansher, Zichen couldn't casually decide his life or death. Mansher took a deep breath and said, "You've already gone in. If I don't go in, am I still a man?" "All right. If you feel that you can't win, immediately withdraw." Zichen gave his final order. Mansher nodded. Wu Xie was somewhat unwilling, but it wasn't the right time to act up. Moreover, Huanlong had clearly stated that once they successfully entered, they would receive a huge reward. Although Huanlong concealed his emotions extremely well, Zichen could still sense the excitement in his expression. Moreover, with his extremely sharp senses, he could sense that Huan Long's emotions were fluctuating greatly. Zichen guessed that this might be the final danger. After passing through here, they would arrive at their destination. Under Zichen's signal, Wu Xie walked in front, but he walked very slowly. If you stick your head out, you'll still be stabbed. It's a matter of one stab. You should hurry up, Zichen said. Wu Xie glared fiercely at Zichen and charged forward with a tap of his foot. Let's go. Zichen looked at the shield armor beast. The latter turned into a round ball and followed Wu Xie. A black saber appeared in Zichen's hand. At the same time, a battle armor appeared on his body. The spirit of the scaled shield flameful was awakened by Zichen. Man sure stayed at the back. Ah! Wu Xie shouted and charged into the passage. Afterward, the shield armor beast, Zichen, and Manshur also followed. The three of them waited nervously outside. However, they didn't hear any sounds of battle during this period, which made them very puzzled. However, the power of the saber light was still vivid in their minds. They didn't dare to rashly go forward. However, after waiting for a while, they still didn't hear any sounds of battle. This made the two of them puzzled. How is it? Shang Guanhong asked. She was clearly asking Dongqing because she believed that Dongqing could sense the situation inside. After all, Zichen had a strand of her soul remembrance. Ever since she gave her soul remembrance to Zichen, her emotions had become extremely unstable. The special feelings of a woman made Shang Guanhong feel that this wasn't a good sign. There doesn't seem to be any danger. Dongqing tried his best to control his emotions and said, No danger? How is that possible? Shang Guanhong didn't believe it. Huan Long was also very puzzled. I don't know the details, but until now, Zichen hasn't made a move. However, he hasn't moved either. Dongqing wasn't too sure. He hasn't moved or moved. Shang Guanhong's expression suddenly changed. She said, Not good. Could he be trapped? Saying so, she was about to go forward. What are you doing? Huan Long stopped her. Zichen is definitely in danger. I'm going to save him, Shang Guanhong said. Don't you know how dangerous the blade golden-eyed beast is? Huan Long asked. Of course I know. Perhaps there are other dangers besides the blade golden-eyed beast. If I go in too late, I'm afraid I'll miss the best opportunity to save him, Shang Guanhong said. You're going to die if you go in. Huan Long was still blocking the way. She's right. Perhaps Zichen and the others are in danger and need us to save them. As for the danger, we came here together on a mission. It's dangerous to begin with. Saying so, Dongqing also decisively went forward. Shang Guanhong flashed and chased after him. Huan Long was very helpless, but he could only follow. Right now, he was very angry because he wasn't sure what dangers there were inside. However, he very much hoped that the people who went in would die together with him. That way, not only would he achieve his goal, but he would also obtain the two beauties. Although Huan Long hadn't seen Dongqing's true appearance, he could guess what Dongqing looked like from her words just by listening to her a few times. The two of them rushed in one after another. However, their nervous faces were filled with shock as they both looked forward. Huan Long entered with a complicated expression, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was also stunned. In front of him, Zichen's group and the shield armor beast stood in a neat row, all of them looking forward, and in front of them stood a person. It was a person wrapped in a black robe. His appearance was very similar to Dongqing's, but he wasn't wearing a mask. It was obvious that this was a thin man, but he was also a normal man. He held a blade in his hand, and a soul shadow appeared on the blade. It was the blade golden-eyed beast. In front of him, an illusory object floated. It was a small beast that seemed to be surrounded by flames. Occasionally it would turn into a shield. Chapter 1286. A group of cultivators gathered in the Hungduan mountain range. They followed the directions on the map to search for treasures. Although the route marked on the map was accurate, they encountered many dangers along the way. Many strange beasts appeared, causing many casualties among the cultivators who came to search for treasures. The strange beasts were very powerful. In order to reduce their losses, the cultivators had no choice but to gather together and move forward together. The cultivators came to an agreement that they were not allowed to kill each other before they reached the location of the treasures. The cultivators who came were all in the corporeal realm, although there were some in the emptiness realm. They did not have the strength to go deeper. The cultivators arrived at the place where Zi Qin and the others encountered the mountain spirit. The danger here had been eliminated. Even the rocks on the ground had disappeared. The traces of battle had all disappeared. This was the final destination of the map. When the cultivators arrived, they had reached the end of the map. Beyond that, there were many natural restrictions with terrifying power. After a few cultivators died, the cultivators could only accept the fact that there was only half a treasure map. They became very depressed. During this time, they found a few people who knew about formations and restrictions. However, they were killed on the spot before they could go too far. The cultivators had no choice. They became even more depressed. Some of them could not help but curse. They believed that this was a prank to deceive them. What should we do? Zhou Chong and Wang Jun gathered together again. The two of them discussed in low voices. Now, we can be sure that the map will end here. The possibility of there being more is very small. I think we should leave early, Wang Jun said after thinking for a while. Zhou Chong agreed. The two of them called for their own people and prepared to leave. All of a sudden, cries of surprise rang out from this area. The two of them followed the cries of surprise and discovered that everyone was looking at the sky. They saw more than 10 pieces of yellowish paper falling from the sky. As the papers drifted down, they could see some patterns printed on them. What is this? The cultivators were puzzled. However, some of them seemed to have guessed what the yellow papers were. They immediately soared into the sky and grabbed the papers. During this time, there were no disputes. Even if there was only one, it would be necessary to share it, let alone 10 pieces. It's the next part of the map. It's the next part. The person who received the paper saw the map and shouted loudly. The others became spirited and took turns to look at the map. Finally, everyone came to the conclusion that this was the follow-up map. The disappointment and irritation were swept away, and the group continued forward. After passing through the passageway, the first one to lose his composure was Dong Qing, who had been silent the entire time. In front of the black-robed man was a real little beast. It was very cute, but it was the famous scale shield Flameful. It had a great reputation. As a beast tamer, there was one thing that they could not refuse, and that was the true combination of a sword and a shield. The saber was naturally the blade. The shield was naturally the scale shield. With the support of Hunter's Castle, Dong Qing had only obtained a shield beast that was far inferior to the scale shield Flameful. From this, it could be seen how rare it was. But now, the combination of sword and shield had appeared right in front of her. How could she remain calm? Everyone is finally here. Are you all coming up one by one to throw away your lives? Or are you all coming at once? The black-robed man spoke, appearing calm and confident. Ziqin glanced at the black-robed man, then looked back at Shangguan Hong and said, "You two leave first." "You can't leave. If I hadn't been controlling the passageway, they wouldn't have been able to come in. Now, you only have one path forward." "Of course, there is also a path of death," the black-robed man said again. They turned back and saw that the original passageway had disappeared. Their faces turned pale. They had no way out and decided to fight. The aura around them immediately began to surge. Regardless of whether they had a chance of winning, at least they did not despair. The black-robed man's expression finally changed, becoming disdainful. With the combination of sword and shield, killing people was a simple matter. However, he obviously did not want to kill them so easily, so he said, "You are really too weak. Only death awaits you. But since no one has been here for a long time, I will give you a way out." "What way out?" Wu Xie asked. Zi Chen's face became ugly because he thought of a possibility, such as killing each other. He did not know how many years the black-robed man had been guarding this passageway, so his mentality should have been twisted long ago. The way out might be worse than a dead end. "Each of you will let me slash you 3 times. If you are not dead after 3 slashes, then I will let you pass," the black-robed man said. Zi Chen was very surprised by the way out, so he said without thinking, "Okay, I agree." Then he pointed at Wu Xie and said, "Each of you will take 3 slashes," and he will take all of them, a total of 18 slashes. Wu Xie's face changed immediately, but at such a tense moment, everyone's expression became rare. No, I haven't finished yet. You guys will take 3 slashes, but this immortal body will take 30 slashes. If you are willing to let him take it alone, then I will take 45 slashes. Following the black-robed man's explanation, Wu Xie's face became more and more ugly. It was obvious that the black-robed man was implying that he could break his immortal body with 30 slashes. After being slashed, Wu Xie had already noticed the abnormality in his body. Before the black-robed man finished speaking, he continued, "If he is slashed to death midway, then you will have to take the next one." "No, I don't agree." "Zi Chen, you are trying to kill me." Wu Xie roared at Zi Chen, his eyes turning cold. Zi Chen ignored Wu Xie and looked at the black-robed man, asking, "You can slash him however you want. As for the others, can I take their place?" The black-robed man stood there and spoke casually, but the confidence he displayed was much stronger than the mountain's spirit back then. Coupled with the combination of the sword and shield and the strength of a peak corporeal realm expert, Zi Chen had no confidence in dealing with the black-robed man. He had once thought that the black-robed man was very strong, almost invincible under the domain realm. However, his appearance this time had shaken Zi Chen's confidence again and again. Whether it was the mountain spirit or the second powerful existence, they were all stronger than Zi Chen. Of course, this didn't mean that Zi Chen was weak. On the contrary, he was very strong, but he lacked the realm. If they were at the same level, Zi Chen naturally wouldn't fear the black-robed man. "I don't need you to take my place. It's just 3 slashes, right? I'll take it." Man sure stepped forward and said, "I'll go first." "You have backbone, but no brain." The black-robed man chuckled. Zi Chen grabbed Manshur and said, "I don't need you for now. You can go when I can't hold on any longer." Manshur pondered for a moment and nodded. However, he quickly pointed at Wu Xie and said, "Why don't we let him go first? If he doesn't die after 30 slashes, he can still take the slashes for us." Wu Xie was furious. He wanted to point at Manshur's nose and scold him, but Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "No need. I'll go first." As they spoke, Zi Chen walked forward with his blade in hand. He watched as the black-robed man walked forward step by step and stopped 10 meters away from him. Then he asked, "It shouldn't be limited to just blocking, right?" The black-robed man looked at Zi Chen meaningfully and said indifferently, "Of course, you can also try to fight back. You surprised me. I didn't think that the first to walk out would be you, who has the lowest cultivation level." Zi Chen took a deep breath and said, "Realm doesn't represent combat power." As he spoke, the 3-meter reality realm appeared behind him. Oh, the 3-meter reality realm. The black-robed man's eyes lit up. However, in the next moment, he gripped his blade and slashed at Zi Chen. "First slash!" the black-robed man shouted. "First slash!" The moment the black-robed man made his move, Zi Chen also moved. He gripped his blade and slashed forward with a shout. A soul shadow appeared on Zi Chen's black blade. In the next moment, the soul shadow turned into a blade and disappeared into the black blade. On the surface of the black blade, the original runes began to glow. A powerful aura appeared. Two sharp and terrifying blade lights collided. A powerful force surged in the area. The two wielded their blades and coldly looked at each other. The powerful force on the blades was still colliding. The black-robed man's expression immediately changed. At the same time, the expressions of the others also changed. This was because they saw that Zichen and the black-robed man's attacks were almost identical. The soul shadow that appeared on Zichen's blade was also the soul of a blade, golden-eyed beast. Kid, you're quite interesting. However, this is only the first slash. As he spoke, an even more powerful force swept out from the black-robed man's blade. The blade in his hand turned and slashed horizontally at Zichen. Second slash. Zichen also roared at this moment. He held his blade and spun it. A terrifying and violent aura slashed at the black-robed man. In the eyes of the crowd, this was a fight to the death. Obviously, Zichen's slash would hit the black-robed man, but at the same time, the black-robed man's slash would also hit Zichen. However, the former had the scale shield flame full, while the latter only had his armor. In this clash, the crowd did not have high hopes for Zichen. They all felt that Zichen had miscalculated. However, Zichen was now one of them. They did not want anything to happen to Zichen. Hence, they were all hoping for a miracle. Clang! Zichen's blade was faster. However, it did not hit the black-robed man. Instead, it was blocked by a flame shield. It was the scale shield flame full, which was famous for its defense, that blocked the attack. Haha, this is only the second slash. The black-robed man laughed loudly. His laughter was very proud. His saber landed directly on Zichen's body. Clang! However, the expected breaking of the defense did not happen. A shield also appeared on Zichen's armor. The shield completely protected Zichen. There was also a special layer of protection on his chest. The black-robed man's slash landed on the shield. However, it could not penetrate further. The pride on his face immediately froze. He looked very surprised. Boom! A surge of energy began to sweep out. Under this surge of energy, Zichen was finally unable to withstand it, and his body flew backwards. The powerful force passed through the shield and shook Zichen's organs. It made his blood boil. His face alternated between red and white. However, he was not injured. He simply blocked the two attacks. The black-robed man did not retreat. However, his face was full of disbelief. Chapter 1287. After blocking the black-robed man's two attacks, Zichen revealed two of his trump cards. After blocking the attacks, Zichen was not injured. Everyone was excited and couldn't help but praise Zichen. Although they were surprised that Zichen had a shield, they were even more surprised. This is the blade golden-eyed beast and the scale shield flame full. But compared to the others, Dongqing's expression changed greatly. She was surprised, shocked, but also regretful. Why? Why did you refine these two things into weapons? She lamented as if no one was around. Obviously, it wasn't that she didn't have feelings for beasts, but for normal beasts. Zichen obviously couldn't answer Dongqing's question, and he didn't feel that his weapon was weaker than a real blade beast. The black-robed man didn't attack immediately but nodded and said, "Indeed, it's a waste to refine such things into weapons." "You're also a beast tamer?" Dongqing asked in surprise. "Of course. Otherwise, how could I control them? Think about how much I paid to get them back then." The black-robed man's face was full of regret. He pointed at Zichen and said, "Look at him, he actually refined such a perfect combination into a weapon." Zichen stood in the distance and didn't step forward. He wanted the two beast tamers to communicate. Maybe they could open a path for their trip. "Well, since we're all beast tamers, We're all on the same side. Let's forget about this matter and let us pass. Just as Zichin was thinking about when to interrupt, Man sure spoke. After he finished speaking, he even scratched his head and pretended to be simple and honest. So you're indeed on the same side. The black-robed man smiled, looking very gentle and kind like an elder. Man sure smiled honestly, and the others were delighted, feeling that there was a chance. Only Zichin felt uneasy, because he never believed in the words on the same side, and he had never seen anyone become one of them as soon as they met. Sure enough, the black-robed man changed the topic and said, "However, I never trust my own people. If I wasn't one of them, why would I stay here?" Everyone was dumbfounded. "Don't worry. My original promise still stands. Come." The black-robed man's smile turned cold as he pointed his blade at Zichin. Zichin gripped his saber and walked towards the black-robed man. Once again, standing 10 meters away from the black-robed man, Zichin stopped. The black-robed man mocked. "What? You want me to make the first move?" Zichin slowly shook his head and said no. "Then you're just waiting for death." The black-robed man sneered. Zichin shook his head again and said, "No, I was just thinking about a problem. You can still be absent-minded when you're about to die. You can be considered an anomaly." "Well, tell me what you're thinking about." The black-robed man looked at Zichin with interest. Zichin thought for a moment and said, "I was thinking that in the vast sea of people, it's really not easy to meet someone with the same talent as you. Although you hate the phrase 'on the same side,' I have to admit that meeting is also a kind of fate." The black-robed man smiled faintly, but the others were puzzled about Zichin's meaning. "From what you're saying, it sounds like you've been here for many years. I don't know why you can't leave, but since you can't leave, why don't you sit down and talk with us since we've met someone of the same kind? Why don't you pass on some techniques to us?" The black-robed man was stunned, and the others were dumbfounded when they heard this. At first, they thought that Zichin was a weirdo, but now it seemed that he was really a weirdo. They were about to fight to the death, but he was asking for something from his opponent, and it was the most secretive inherited technique. At this moment, they really didn't know how to describe Zichin. Only Dongqing looked at Zichin with a complicated gaze, because he was asking for her inherited technique. After the shock, the black-robed man laughed loudly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back, and tears flowed from his eyes. Beside him, the two battle beasts also made sounds, as if they were also laughing. At this moment, the black-robed man's vigilance was undoubtedly gone. Everyone thought that this was the best time for Zichin to make a move, but Zichin didn't move. He just looked at the black-robed man quietly, as if he was naively waiting for his answer. "Is this really Zichin?" "He's really an anomaly. What a weirdo." Zichin was sometimes ruthless and decisive, and he didn't hesitate to make certain sacrifices to achieve his goals. But in this situation, even they could see that this was the best time to make a move, but Zichin didn't move. Everyone was puzzled. The black-robed man's smile slowly faded, and his back straightened once again. He began to size up Zichin again, and this time he looked very seriously and carefully. "You've confused and surprised me. I kind of admire you," the black-robed man said. Zichin said lightly, "Thank you. I admit that I underestimated you, but my previous words still stand. As long as you can block my blade, I can let them pass," the black-robed man said again. "What about the inherited technique?" Zichin asked. The black-robed man was stunned again, but he quickly nodded and said, "I'll give it to you." "Good." Zichin nodded, held his blade, and rushed forward. Swoosh! The thunder wings flapped, and he stepped on the void. His figure moved left and right, as if he was teleporting, which was unpredictable, taking action as soon as he said, "So that was Zichin. Interesting. First the blade and shield, then the world's fastest speed." The black-robed man smiled coldly. He didn't seem to have deliberately sensed it, but the long blade in his hand simply slashed forward, blocking Zichen's path forward. A shield appeared under the blade, followed by a pung sound. Zichen, who had just appeared, was sent flying by the attack. The third strike. Wu Xie counted silently by the side. Just as he retreated, Zichen held his blade and slashed. Boom! The blades collided, causing an energy shock. This attack directly sent Zichen flying, and while flying, Zichen began to cough up blood. The energy shock was still spreading, like a physical attack, causing Manshur and the others to retreat. Zichen had already blocked 4 blades. "You've passed the 4th blade. You can leave alive," the black-robed man said. Zichen didn't say anything. He gritted his teeth and held his blade. The energy shock collided with the blade of the 5th blade. Zichen was sent flying again, fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zichen didn't say anything and attacked again. At this moment, Zichen displayed his perseverance and tenacity. He didn't say anything. This was a blind collision of perseverance. The blade and shield cooperated with each other, blocking fatal attacks for him. Zichen didn't have any external injuries, but the energy shock caused him internal injuries. However, these injuries were quickly recovering. The 12th blade. Just 3 more and you'll be able to pass. Everyone looked at Zichen with anticipation. Only Wu Xie's face was filled with worry. Swoosh! The 13th blade slashed down, and a terrifying aura swept out, forming a terrifying storm. Everyone in the distance retreated again and again. Such a powerful attack could only be blocked by the scale shield flameful, which was known for its defense. Zichen's pupils shrank as he roared. He put away his blade and defended with all his might. A dazzling flame shield appeared on the surface of his body. There were many patterns on the surface of the shield, and these patterns were all connected to the resplendent light at the center of the shield. When the saber light landed on the light shield, it caused an intense vibration. The resplendent light shield on Zichen's body dimmed at a visible rate. At the same time, Zichen's body was like a kite with a broken string. He flew backward and smashed into the ground. Smoke and dust rose, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. Everyone rushed toward the crater, their faces full of worry. A hand reached out from the edge of the crater. Zichen climbed up again. Blood flowed out from the gaps in his armor. Zichen was covered in dust, and his hair was disheveled. He looked miserable. "How are you?" Shang Guanhong asked worriedly. The others also looked at Zichen. Zichen shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I can still block a few more blades." Manshur said, "If you can't, then forget it. I'll take the next 2 blades." Zichen shook his head. "No need. Now is not the time for you to act. You need to maintain your strength." Zichen charged forward again with a saber in hand. The dim armor on his body glowed once more. Around Zichen, the power of the 3 meters of reality continuously flowed into his body. His heavily injured body was also recovering. By the time he reached the black-robed man, Zichen's condition was much better. Pum! The 14th blade fell. The void shook, and Zichen was sent flying again. As he flew backward, a golden line of blood appeared in the sky. This time, Zichen took a long time to stand up. His condition was even worse. The others couldn't bear to see him like this, but Zichen insisted on not letting them attack. "Come." Zichen slowly walked in front of the black-robed man. This time, he didn't continue to hold his blade. Instead, he stood there and allowed the black-robed man to attack. The black-robed man sneered and slashed again. The power of this blade was even stronger than the previous one. Fortunately, Zichen defended with all his strength. The light shield on his body was as dazzling as the sun. Boom! The light shield that had turned into a sun shattered under this blade. The scale shield flame Foal's soldier spirit whined and then hid in Zi-Chen's armor. The armor that originally appeared on the surface of his body disappeared in the next moment. Zi-Chen blocked this blade, but the armor on his body couldn't be used for a while. The crowd began to cheer because all 15 blades had been blocked. Only Wu Xie's expression was very ugly. He wasn't sure if he could block the next 30 blades. However, just as the crowd was cheering, Zi-Chen's eyes suddenly burst with a bright light. His body instantly released a powerful aura. Then he charged at the black-robed man with his blade. Zi-Chen's expression was ferocious and crazy. It was as if he had lost control of his mind or a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. The patterns on the blade in his hand all lit up. A powerful and terrifying aura descended. He slashed at the black-robed man with his blade. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Zi-Chen slashed 5 times in a row. Of these 5 slashes, the black-robed man used his blade to destroy 2 of them. The remaining 3 were blocked by the shield. Chapter 1288. Hearing Zi-Chen's words, the black-robed man was clearly startled. As for Wu Xie, he was so excited that he almost cried. Clearly, Zi-Chen's last 5 slashes were for him. In the air, Zi-Chen's strength dissipated. His body fell from the sky and collapsed to the ground as if he had collapsed. Shang Guanhong and the others immediately rushed forward. The first to reach Zi-Chen was unexpectedly Dongqing. Dongqing helped Zi-Chen up and let Zi-Chen lean against him. The armor on his body disappeared, but the black-robed Zi-Chen could clearly feel the warmth and softness on his back. At this moment, he and Dongqing were still connected through soul remembrance. Zi-Chen was a bit embarrassed, and Dongqing's face instantly turned red. "How are you?" Shang Guanhong went up and asked with concern. She didn't notice anything wrong with the two. Zi-Chen slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I'm just a bit exhausted." Back when Zi-Chen had killed dozens of late-stage corporeal realm experts, he hadn't collapsed. However, he had collapsed after blocking a dozen slashes. It was obvious how strong his opponent was. Dongqing and Shang Guanhong helped Zi-Chen up. Zi-Chen motioned for Wu Xie to come over and said, "Be careful. If you can't hold on, don't force yourself. If necessary, you can have Man sure block 1 or 2 slashes for you." Wu Xie nodded meekly in a rare moment. His eyes were clearly filled with gratitude. At this moment, he undoubtedly approved of Zi-Chen's actions. However, his expression quickly froze, and the corners of his mouth twitched. The original gratitude on his face had completely disappeared. He glanced at Zi-Chen with a bit of bitterness, then turned around and walked towards the black-robed man. His expression was as cold as the wind. No one understood why Wu Xie was acting like this, but they couldn't care less about the change in Wu Xie's expression. The two of them motioned for Zi-Chen to heal himself first. "What do we do next?" Manshur asked. He realized that ever since he got together with Zi-Chen, he had never been good at thinking. Now he could no longer think. "Let's fight first." After that, Zi-Chen closed his eyes. The 3-meter virtual realm behind him disappeared and was replaced by a 3-meter virtual realm. Inside the original 3-meter virtual realm, there were many colorful ribbons. These ribbons were the laws that Zi-Chen had comprehended. But at this moment, the light of these ribbons dimmed. An entire stable world became extremely unstable. On one hand, it was because Zi-Chen had expended too much energy and the last 5 slashes had shaken the foundation of the entire space. On the other hand, it was because Zi-Chen's injuries were too severe. While Zi-Chen was recovering from his injuries, he mobilized many principal fragments and spread them throughout the world. Boom! Boom! The fragments of the laws shone dazzlingly, exploding like dazzling fireworks the moment they arrived in this world. The energy fragments exploded, and the void space began to absorb the energy. Although the world had grown and didn't need tens of billions of resources, choosing to use such a direct method to recover at this time would undoubtedly consume an extremely large number of resources. Putting aside Zichen, who was recovering from his injuries, Wu Xia walked toward the black-robed man with a bitter expression. At this moment, he was still thinking about Zichen's voice transmission after he finished speaking. Since you're going to be cut down sooner or later, you might as well choose to take the initiative to attack and exhaust him. Don't be afraid of death, you won't die anyway. Wu Xia was very dissatisfied. What did he mean by don't be afraid of death and won't die? One had to know that the black-robed man had clearly said that he could kill him with 30 slashes. Ah! Wu Xia shouted, emboldening himself. The black-robed man mistakenly thought that the other party was signaling the start of the battle, so he slashed down. Uft! As expected, the unprepared Wu Xia was cut into 2 halves by the saber. While his cries were still echoing in the surroundings, he was already dead. Man sure couldn't help but close his eyes. He couldn't bear to watch this scene. With a flash of light, Wu Xia's body reassembled. This was the basis of his undying body. After the black-robed man slashed down, he quietly watched Wu Xia, as if he was studying his opponent's undying body. This time, Wu Xia finally grasped the opportunity to attack, but he also learned his lesson. He no longer shouted and directly attacked with a vertical eye between his brows. As a mid-corporeal realm cultivator, Wu Xia was a special existence. His combat strength was naturally not to be underestimated, especially the vertical eye between his brows. It was even more terrifying. The black-robed man's expression changed the moment the vertical eye displayed its might. He naturally raised his shield. Uft! The moment he raised his shield, he slashed down with his blade. The shield blocked the vertical eye's attack, but Wu Xia couldn't block the blade's attack. His body was cut in half again. Immediately after, Wu Xia's body reassembled for the 3rd time. He stepped forward to attack, but was cut down again. Following this, the scene repeated itself. Compared to Zichen's desperate battle, Wu Xia's battle was simply too boring. Almost everyone covered their eyes. The scene was simply unbearable to watch. Wu Xia's screams still echoed, but his body had already been cut into several pieces. I can't hold on any longer. I can't hold on any longer. Wu Xia loudly shouted after his body reassembled for the 10th time. Zichen was still recovering from his injuries, with his eyes closed. During this time, he had swallowed many high-grade pills to speed up his recovery. In order to speed up his recovery, it was inevitable that some pills would be wasted, but Zichen couldn't care less. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Wu Xia was very unwilling to accept this. He shouted at Man Shi, "Man Shi, quickly block this blade for me." Man Shi, who had been covering his eyes, covered his ears this time and pretended not to hear. Wu Xia was furious, but before he could reprimand Man Shi, the blade fell again, and he was killed. After the 11th reassembly, Wu Xia screamed and chose to run away. Although his speed was not as fast as Zichen's, he was definitely not slow. He left behind after-images as he ran. Encountering such an anomaly made the black-robed man's expression change. He had no choice but to chase after him with his blade. Boom! Wu Xia, who was running away, suddenly turned around and attacked with his vertical pupils. Unsurprisingly, he was killed for the 12th time. Man Shi, I can't hold on any longer. Block this blade for me first and let me catch my breath. Otherwise, I will die. Wu Xia began to shout, sounding very anxious. Man Shi naturally ignored him, but as Wu Xia's voice became more and more miserable, and his words were accompanied by despair, his expression changed. As an undying body, Wu Xia definitely knew what he was capable of. Perhaps after being slashed so many times, his foundation had been damaged. Just as Manshur was about to step forward, Zichen suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Ignore him. Let him block these 25 slashes alone." Zichen had already proven his identity as a commander. At this moment, his words were undoubtedly in order, and Manshur obeyed without hesitation. The black-robed man sneered, and Wu Xia's face was filled with resentment. He shouted at Zichen, "Zichen, you despicable person. You want to kill me." Zichen ignored him and closed his eyes. "You're despicable. You're shameless. You're a despicable person. You've had a grudge against me for a long time. Now, you're using this opportunity to harm me. You want to kill me." Wu Xia no longer paid any attention to the black-cloaked man, and instead madly shouted at Zichen. Zichen's eyes were still closed. He was recovering from his injuries and had no time to pay attention to him. "Along the way, I have seen through you. You are jealous of my talent, so you let me do everything. You want to see me make a fool of myself and kill me." Wu Xia continued, "Also, not only do you want to kill me, you also want to steal my woman." The black-robed man, who was about to attack, suddenly raised his eyebrows. He did not intend to attack, but revealed a gossipy expression. The others were stunned by Wu Xia's words. "Steal a woman? When did this happen? I have known Shang Guanhong for more than 100 years. The two of us are childhood sweethearts, a perfect pair. But you are secretly stealing my woman." Wu Xia pointed at Shang Guanhong and said, "Wu Xia, what nonsense are you talking about? Who is your childhood sweetheart? Who is your perfect pair?" Shang Guanhong's face immediately turned cold. She just felt that Wu Xia would not say anything nice. Sure enough, nothing good came out of a dog's mouth. What am I wrong? Wu Xia glared at Shang Guanhong, appearing very unwilling. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around again and said to the black-robed man, "Sorry, I was too agitated. Let's do it again." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful and destructive beam of light shot out from his vertical pupil. Boom! The black-robed man sneered and blocked with his shield. Wu Xia let out a strange cry as his body was cut open again. After his body was reassembled, Wu Xia began to run again, and then began to accuse Zichen of stealing women. Shang Guanhong's face turned ashen, but Manshur listened attentively. He looked at Shang Guanhong from time to time, and then at Zichen, the third party. Dong Qing, on the other hand, did not look perverted. Huan Long did not attack, but his expression was somewhat dissatisfied. Obviously, this was a battle, but it had turned into a battle with a third party. Boom! Wu Xia attacked every time he reached the climax. Although he could not hurt the black-robed man, he finally angered him. "Undying brat, I think you're the one spouting nonsense. How could a little girl like you die?" The black-robed man joined in, but he supported Shang Guanhong and attacked Wu Xia with his blade. Slash after slash. Wu Xia screamed again and again. But in the end, he did not have the strength or energy to curse. As Wu Xia's recovery time increased and his aura weakened, everyone could see that he was gradually losing. Shock appeared on their faces one after another, because the undying body might really be killed today. "Zichen, help!" Wu Xia shouted. Zichen closed his eyes, not looking, not speaking, and not speaking. "Manshur, help!" Wu Xia shouted again. Manshur looked at Wu Xia with a pained expression. He wanted to step forward, but when he looked at Zichen, he hesitated and hesitated. "Damn it, you are you and you are Manshur. Why do you keep looking at that idiot Zichen?" Wu Xia was very dissatisfied. "I'll listen to him," Manshur said directly. Wu Xia was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 1289. The moment Zichen opened his eyes, Mansher's face lit up. He thought that Zichen had decided to let him fight. However, he did not expect Zichen to say that it was time. Just now, everyone had forgotten about it due to nervousness or anger. They did not expect Zichen to remember it. The dead Wu Xie did not appear again, which made Mansher very worried. Although he did not like Wu Xie that much, he was still one of them. He hoped that nothing would happen to him. Zichen looked at the black-robed man, waiting for his reply. "I'll keep my word. I'll send you all away." The black-robed man smiled faintly. He pointed forward with one hand, and a passage appeared behind them. It was a passage to the outside world. Everyone was very surprised, and Zichen's brows furrowed. "Didn't you promise to let us go deeper?" A voice came from the void. It was Wu Xie's voice. "I did say that," the black-robed man retorted. "Of course you did. We heard it with our own ears. You even said that this was your promise and that you would keep it," Mansher said seriously. "I really did say that. Sorry, I forgot. If I did, it only means that I've been here for too long and my memory has deteriorated. I should be sending you all away," the black-robed man said mockingly. "You." Everyone was furious. They could not just let it go because he remembered wrongly. Huanlong, who was extremely uneasy, relaxed after the black-robed man made his choice. Everyone had no choice but to look at Zichen again. They found that Zichen's expression was very calm, or rather, he did not look very angry. Zichen glanced at the black-robed man and smiled faintly. Then he looked at Mansher and said, "Mansher, go and experience the beast tamer skills." Then Zichen transmitted his voice. "Remember, use your strongest attack. Don't hold back. Hit as many times as you can." Then Zichen transmitted his voice to Shangguanhong and Dongqing in the same way. Zichen's expression remained unchanged, and the faint smile remained on his face. The aura of Mansher and the other two suddenly surged. Mansher transformed into a giant and charged towards the black-robed man. The black-robed man's cultivation level was very high, but his true combat strength might not be that strong. All he relied on was the combination of a saber and a shield. When Mansher struck out, a wooden sword appeared in front of Shangguanhong. The wooden sword released a powerful aura and shot towards the black-robed man. A gigantic beast appeared in front of Dongqing, and it struck out a blow. Wu Xie, who had just activated his immortal body, also contributed his own attack. "It's useless. Doing this will only make me want to kill you." The black-robed man coldly snorted. His right hand held the blade, and his left hand held the shield to block. Rumble. Most of the power was blocked by the shield, but the powerful impact also caused the black-robed man to retreat. This was the first time he had retreated. "Don't stop, continue." Zichen clenched the long saber in his hand and shouted in a low voice. Mansher roared and swung his fist again. Wherever his fist passed, the space shook. After the wooden sword shook slightly, an even more powerful aura burst out and then attacked the black-robed man. Dongqing's battle beast and Wu Xie's attacks also arrived quickly. The four people's attacks arrived one after another. They seemed to be very coordinated. In the midst of the energy shock, the black-robed man could only retreat again. But his retreat was only temporary. He believed that as long as everyone's attack stopped, he would be able to kill again. The second round of attacks ended, but Mansher and the others had no intention of stopping. The third round of attacks came. Under the control of their power, they could make each attack stronger than the previous one. So after the third attack fell, the black-robed man lost control of his body and flew backwards. While flying backwards, he suddenly felt some kind of danger. The long saber in his hand suddenly slashed forward. Swish! Under the slash of the saber, an illusion shattered. Then, Zichen's figure appeared in front of the black-robed man. Then, he held the saber and slashed at the opponent. The power of this slash was naturally very strong, and at the same time it was also very fast. It was Zi Chen's most common slash, but the black-robed man's reaction was faster. With just a thought, the scale shield flame full appeared in front of him and blocked Zi Chen's saber. The saber slashed on the shield, causing a loud sound. The two forces began to collide. Man Shi and the others had successfully retreated. Zi Chen's attack was also full of strength. Next, it was time for the black-robed man to counterattack. Behind the shield, he sneered. Zi Chen, who was holding the long saber, was also sneering. His attack was not over yet. Boom! Like a tide of destruction, the destruction law surged madly towards the shield. Soon, the entire shield was filled with the destruction law. At the same time, the destruction law, which had been attacking before, was forced into the shield. The destruction law, which was in a hidden state, was instantly activated. The internal and external destruction law exploded at the same time. Suddenly, a wail was heard from the shield. Then the shield turned into the scale shield flame full and fell to the ground. How is this possible? The black-robed man, who had been calm all this time, had a drastic change in expression. He looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. Similarly, Man Shi and the others, who were retreating rapidly in the distance, also looked in front of them in shock. Zi Chen had actually broken through the scale shield flame full's defense. This was extremely unbelievable. How is this possible? How did you do it? The black-robed man asked in shock. Zi Chen sneered, "Nothing is impossible." With that, Zi Chen held the black saber and slashed at the black-robed man in front of him. The shocked, black-robed man quickly came to his senses. He no longer paid attention to the scale shield flame full, because he clearly sensed that his opponent was not dead. He was just suppressed by a force. The real battle had just begun. The black-robed man also held his saber and slashed at Zi Chen. A sharp saber light shot out. Zi Chen turned the saber in his hand and stabbed it at the black-robed man's heart like a sword. As for the saber light, he did not block it at all. The battle had reached a point where one's life was on the line. However, this time, Zi Chen had an additional armor to rely on. Naturally, the black-robed man would not risk his life with Zi Chen. He dodged to the side. Uft! The blade brushed past his body, leaving a long wound on his body. Red blood flowed out from the wound. This was the black-robed man's first injury. He's injured. He's injured. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely excited. Huan Long's face was even filled with joy. Zi Chen had left a wound on his opponent's body, but his opponent's saber had also sent him flying. At the same time, the light emitted by his armor became unstable. Zi Chen's injuries had completely recovered, but his armor had not. Swoosh! Zi Chen flapped his thunder wings and charged at the black-robed man. The saber in his hand slashed down rapidly. The black-robed man's eyes were filled with endless killing intent. He also slashed with his saber. Saber against saber. At the critical moment, his opponent dodged again, but there was another wound on his body. Pum! However, after 2 attacks, Zi Chen's armor also lost its power and disappeared from the surface of his body. At this moment, both of them had lost their defenses. Zi Chen was unscathed. The black-robed man had 2 wounds on his body, and the rule of destruction was slowly eroding his wounds. Without your defense, only death awaits you, the black-robed man said coldly. Zi Chen took a deep breath and said, "Without your defense, I still have my extreme speed. The only one who will die will be you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen took a step forward and disappeared. "Your extreme speed is useless against me," the black-robed man roared. He also took a step forward and slashed forward with his saber. Zi Chen's figure was successfully sensed by his opponent. This saber actually went straight for Zi Chen's head. Zi Chen's expression did not change. His body only moved slightly, and he charged at the black-robed man without dodging. The black-robed man's expression was cold, while Zichen's expression was crazy. If this attack landed, it was obvious that Zichen would be cut in half. However, the black-robed man's heart would also be pierced by Zichen. At this moment, Zichen began to use his best fighting method, which was to use his own life to fight for the life of others. The two began to compete fiercely, and whose vitality was stronger. Lunatic. The black-robed man's expression changed. He wanted to dodge Zichen's attack. Uft! At such a close distance, he naturally could not dodge in time. There was another wound on his body. A long gash appeared on Zichen's shoulder. His entire arm had almost been cut off. Zichen did not say a word. He attacked again. Uft! Uft! The two went back and forth like this. Every time their attacks landed, both of them would be wounded. It seemed as if the two of them were slashing at each other. However, this was not the case. While the two of them were slashing at each other, they were constantly using their extreme speed to dodge one fatal attack after another. The wounds on their bodies were all from dodging fatal attacks. In the distance, Manshur and the others all held their breaths. Then their eyes widened. This was the first time they had seen a battle of this level. Zichen's decisiveness and ruthlessness allowed them to once again witness Zichen's strength and terror. And this kind of fighting method of risking one's life for another deeply impacted their souls. How terrifying! Is this really Zichen? In their eyes, the current Zichen was extremely terrifying. He was much more terrifying than when he had slaughtered the late corporeal realm experts. There was not much energy leaking from the two of them. It seemed as if they were slashing at each other. However, before each attack, their solid figures would flicker like illusions. The sound of energy clashing could no longer be heard in the sky. The only thing that could be heard was the sound of puffed. The two of them were slashing at each other. There was no technique to speak of, but it deeply shocked their souls. More and more wounds appeared on their bodies. The blood flowing from their wounds gradually gathered together and flowed down their feet to the ground like two rivers of blood. One was red and the other was golden. Everyone was deeply shocked by Zichen's fighting method. Huan Long grew more and more wary of Zichen. Lunatic, you're a lunatic. The black-robed man's roar had completely broken his throat. Zichen did not say a word. He only focused on slashing. Of course, while slashing, Zichen would rapidly change his figure and dodge the fatal attacks. Uft! After a series of slashes, the black-robed man was finally unable to endure. His vitality began to weaken, and his speed greatly decreased. Zichen seized the opportunity and beheaded him. Chapter 1290. The black-robed man's head was chopped off by Zichen, and blood flowed all over the ground. The blade, golden-eyed beast in his hand was also heavily injured and almost fell into a deep sleep. Zichen acted at lightning speed and added layers of seals around the blade, golden-eyed beast. Swoosh! Ever since they left Huping City, Huan Long had not made a move. However, after the black-robed man died, he suddenly moved. His target was none other than Zichen. Swoosh! Swoosh! But at the same time, two more lights flashed. It was Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing who had arrived in front of Zichen first. Shang Guanhong had already received Zichen's warning and had been paying attention to Huan Long's movements. She did not know Huan Long's goal, but her first priority was to protect Zichen. As for Dong Qing, although she did not receive any orders, she had left a trace of her soul remembrance in Zichen's body. She could more or less sense Zichen's thoughts. The moment the black-robed man died, Zichen actually felt danger and alertness. Moreover, the soul fluctuation in his sea of consciousness was so great that it directly affected her soul remembrance. She did not know where the danger came from, but, like Shang Guanhong, she wanted to protect Zichen first. Huan Long only charged forward for a short distance before stopping. He then asked with concern, "Zichen, how are you?" Zichen landed on the ground and expressionlessly glanced at the two women. Then he looked at Huan Long and shook his head. However, as soon as he shook his head, he coughed up blood again. "How are you?" Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing looked at him worriedly. Wu Xie and Man Sure also walked over. However, the two of them noticed that something was wrong. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing were protecting Zichen, but they also seemed to be deliberately separating Huan Long and guarding against him. Huan Long's actions just now also made the two of them feel that something was wrong. Zichen was coughing violently. Every time he coughed, he would vomit blood. He seemed to be in a very bad state. Shang Guanhong and Dong Qing were very worried. The two of them took out a lot of high-quality pills and indicated to Zichen to swallow them first. "I'm fine." After Zichen said this, his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the place where he disappeared, there was a 3-meter-long virtual realm. This was his virtual realm. At this moment, the illusory space had clearly become unstable. Almost all of the colorful lights inside had disappeared. Zichen said that he was fine, but everyone could tell that something was wrong with him, and it was a big deal. "Zichen, are you all right?" Man Sure was also very worried about Zichen. "He probably won't die," Wu Xie said with a complicated expression. This time, Zichen could be considered to have turned the tide and saved everyone. "I still have some good pills here. I'll send them to Zichen." Huan Long also took out some high-quality pills. He was about to enter Zichen's virtual realm. Shang Guanhong stepped forward and stopped Huan Long. She said, "No need. Give me the pills. I'll go give them to him." "You." Huan Long was startled. He said, "Isn't this the same?" This time, it was all thanks to Zichen. "I still want to thank him properly. Moreover, I want to give him some compensation in person." Shang Guanhong shook her head and said, "There's no need to rush the compensation. I'll go in. Compared to you, I'm more worried about his safety." Her voice was very gentle. There was worry in it, but also deep affection. Huan Long was startled again, but he didn't say anything. He just inadvertently glanced at Wu Xie. The latter's expression was very ugly. Shang Guanhong took the pills and was about to enter Zichen's virtual realm. However, as soon as she entered the virtual realm, she paused and then sent out 2 spiritual thoughts. "Be careful. There might be danger around." The first sentence was sent to Man Sure and Dong Qing at the same time. Then, she sent another message to Man Sure alone. "Guard here. Don't let anyone near this virtual realm." Dong Qing's expression couldn't be seen under the mask. However, the armored beast from before ran over, and so did the powerful battle beast. Man Sure was very confused. However, since Shang Guanhong sent a message, it was obvious that she was afraid of something or was being careful. He didn't ask any more questions and directly stepped forward to stand outside Zichen's virtual realm. Shang Guanhong walked into Zichen's virtual realm. It was still very empty. The originally stable world had become extremely unstable. Many forces were showing signs of violence and going out of control. Zichen was lying on the ground. There was a large patch of blood under him. The saber and shield appeared next to Zichen. "Zichen." Shang Guanhong stepped forward. Regardless of the blood on his body, she directly helped him up. Seeing Zichen like this, she was obviously flustered. Then, Shang Guanhong began to feed Zichen pills. These pills were of very high quality. Under normal circumstances, they could only be obtained from auctions. Zichen's eyes were listless. His wounds were bleeding, and he kept coughing up blood. The pills couldn't be fed at all. His spirit was also very weak. He couldn't mobilize the rule power at all. Shang Guanhong, who was already flustered, was even more at a loss after seeing the pills being spat out. She was so flustered that she couldn't put a second pill into Zi-Chen's mouth. Zi-Chen's situation was very bad. If she delayed any longer, she was afraid that his life would be in danger. The flustered Shang Guanhong suddenly gritted her teeth, then picked up the pills and put them into her mouth. These pills melted as soon as they entered her mouth, turning into the purest medicinal effect. Shang Guanhong then held the medicinal juice, leaned over, and pressed her red lips on Zi-Chen's lips. A trace of power shot through the tip of her tongue and gently pried open Zi-Chen's mouth. The medicinal juice in Shang Guanhong's mouth was accompanied by a trace of gentle wood power. She sent the medicinal juice into Zi-Chen's mouth and then into Zi-Chen's stomach. After the medicinal juice entered his stomach, it began to take effect. Waves of vitality entered Zi-Chen's meridians and then healed Zi-Chen's injuries. In this way, Shang Guanhong sent one pill after another into Zi-Chen's stomach. The seriously injured Zi-Chen's condition slowly stabilized. However, his eyes were still listless, as if he had already fainted. At this critical moment, Zi-Chen could only enter his own world. However, he did not have the time to retrieve the saber and shield. As for the saber and shield, they had followed Zi-Chen in. Just as Shang Guanhong was healing Zi-Chen, a beam of light rushed out from the saber and shield. This light was like a spirit snake that slithered along Zi-Chen's body and then entered Zi-Chen's mind. Shang Guanhong was doing her best to save Zi-Chen. Moreover, she was treating him under such circumstances, so she naturally did not notice the changes in the saber and shield. When the two beams of light entered Zi-Chen's sea of consciousness, light also appeared in front of Zi-Chen's eyes. In this bright light, his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, he was completely healed. After that, he walked out of his illusory world. Outside the illusory world, everyone was anxiously waiting. When they saw Zi-Chen appear, they were very happy. Huanlong was also standing to the side. He looked at Zi-Chen and nodded. Seeing that Zi-Chen was safe, Huanlong said, "All right, let's continue going deeper." "All right." Zi-Chen nodded. Huanlong was still walking in front. Everyone was ready to leave this space. This might be the last powerful existence. We should be reaching our destination soon. I'm really looking forward to the place the treasure map leads us to. I wonder if there are other good things besides the thunder droplet of life. While they were talking, Huanlong was the first to walk out of this space. There were no restrictions outside this space. "Let's go too," Wuxia said, and then followed him. Everyone walked out of this space one after another and arrived at another place. This was a world dominated by green. As far as the eye could see, everything was green. These green things came from the sky, where large trees grew. However, unlike ordinary trees, the roots of these trees were not on the ground. Instead, they were in the void and absorbed the power of the void. This is the void tree. When everyone saw these trees, their expressions changed immediately. Everyone was surprised, excited, shocked, and in disbelief. During this time, Zi-Chen's expression was the same. As far as the eye could see, there are many void trees. There are actually so many void trees. Heavens, we're rich. There are so many void trees. How much can they be sold for? Idiot who would sell void trees. It's better to keep these things for your own cultivation. Who said no one would sell them? Huanlong sold them before. Zi-Chen and the two women were so shocked that they could not say a word. The conversation was between Wuxia and Manshur. Suddenly, Manshur noticed something strange and asked, "Where's Huanlong? Why is he missing?" There were only 5 of them around. Huanlong was nowhere to be seen. "Yeah, where's Huanlong?" Wuxia also noticed that Huanlong was missing. Zi-Chen had always been wary of Huanlong. Now that he realized that Huanlong was not around, his expression changed. However, after releasing his spiritual thoughts and not sensing any abnormalities or danger, he shook his head and said, "Let's ignore him for now." Collecting the void trees is more important. Because there were too many void trees and they were divided into several sections, there was no possibility of the 5 of them killing each other. The 5 of them walked in 5 different directions. There were 5 void trees in each direction, and the number of void trees was about the same. When Zi-chan was about to reach the void trees, he seemed to have sensed something and paused deliberately. Then he turned around and looked in the direction of Wu Xia. Wu Xia quickly rushed toward the void trees and prepared to collect them. However, the void trees suddenly moved and revealed a black hole. Just as Wu Xia was surprised, a suction force sucked Wu Xia in. Seeing Wu Xia disappear, Zi-chen's pupils suddenly shrank. This was because he saw a cold light in the black hole. Wu Xia's body was shattered by the cold light and disappeared. Zi-chen's expression changed. He turned to look at Manshur and saw that his body was instantly torn to pieces. "Manshur!" Zi-chen shouted, but he quickly shouted, "Shangguanhong, Dongqing, be careful!" Zi-chen's voice echoed in this world. The 2 of them seemed to have reacted and turned around. However, the moment the 2 of them turned around, 2 sharp blades shot out from the black hole that had just appeared and struck the 2 of them. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 men's bodies directly exploded. Their souls were also instantly destroyed. How can this be? Zi-chen's face was filled with anger. He released a powerful aura and shouted, "Huanlong, it's you. It's you, isn't it? Zi-chen, it's your turn now." You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.